recording on. So since I started the recording, I will restate. Today is day 2 of the hearing, South Tacoma Neighborhood Council 350 Tacoma versus the City of Tacoma through its Department of Planning and Development Services. And with additional respondent applicant, Bridgepoint Tacoma LLC. Let's see here. Oh, hey, it worked today. Fantastic. I like that. Tried that yesterday and didn't work. Wanted to hide the non-video participants so we had a little less cluttered screen. Never got to that point, but we've got it now. And that's good. I will remind people who are not parties and not the party's representatives to please keep your cameras and your video, or your camera and video. Yes, both of those things. Your camera and your mics off. And if you do turn them on, I will turn them off. If we have problems with that, you can't abide by the rules, you'll be escorted by me out of the hearing room. Doesn't mean you can't rejoin, but if you rejoin and still can't follow the rules, then you end up getting blocked. So don't do that if you want to watch things today. A few more to mute, turn off here, just a second. All right, looks like we're in a place where we need to be here at this point now. We are still in the presentation of the appellant's case, and so we will pick up with that this morning. And aside from that, I don't have anything else that I need to address before we get in.
Go wake her up.
Hang on. We had a few of those yesterday. I don't think that they were maliciously intended or anything. I just think people weren't aware or aren't as familiar with Zoom. So I get to turn you off and then we proceed. Is there anything from the parties that we need to address procedurally or question-wise before we get underway with the appellant's next witness this morning?
Nothing from the appellants.
And nothing from the applicant.
Nothing from the city.
All right then, so give me just one more second to let a couple folks in. And then revise one thing on my screens here.
Poor Booey. You're dying of. Go get her, girl. Go get her up.
Yeah,
Go get her up, girl.
don't do that. Or do it, but do it silently. There we go. All right, so appellants may call their next witness then. Let's get underway.
Okay, the appellants called Dr. Michael McCarthy.
And he should have the ability to join us on the screen. I see he's unmuted.
My video is currently blocked, sir.
Well, it shouldn't be. But, yeah, wait, where'd you go? There you are. It's not blocked in the security settings, but to the extent it was, you're here now because I asked you to be, and there we go. So if you would raise your right hand on the screen, please. You swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this hearing today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right. Go ahead and inquire.
Okay, while Ms. Brechtel pulls up a copy of stipulated exhibit A17, your qualifications, could you please describe your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. I have a PhD in chemistry from the University of California at Berkeley.
And what was your PhD dissertation about?
My dissertation was on the measurements and modeling of trace atmospheric gases in the stratosphere, which is essentially greenhouse gases and stratospheric ozone, and looking at how those budgets are affected by isotopic reactions in the upper atmosphere.
Can you please describe the consulting work you've done since completing your PhD?
Yes, in 2003, I joined an environmental consulting firm called Sonoma Technology Incorporated, based in Northern California, and I worked there from 2003 until 2021. I was an air quality analyst for the first few years, and then I became a senior atmospheric scientist for the rest of my term there. I focused on near road pollution gradients, health risk assessments, spatiotemporal variability, network assessments, data visualization, emissions characterization, climate change, a wide range of air quality issues happening at the surface that affect people's health, and basically tracking from emissions through sinks what happens with air as it moves and how it affects people's health.
And I believe you mentioned near road pollution. What is that?
Sure. So near road pollution is an area of interest specifically for the Environmental Protection Agency in the US. There's a near road pollution monitoring network that they run to examine concentration gradients in the near road environment. It was called microscale gradients. So that's basically things that happen in the first few hundred meters from roads. There's known emissions of pollutants from cars and trucks, and those basically dilute as they get farther away from the road. And so understanding how people who live close to major roadways are exposed to excess increments of pollution from mobile sources.
Can you summarize your experience analyzing near road pollution?
Sure. So I started analyzing near road pollution in about 2009 with a major monitoring study that was funded by the Nevada Department of Transportation, the Federal Highways Administration, and the Sierra Club, in a settlement at 3 near roadway schools at US 95 in Las Vegas, Nevada. The roadway was being widened, and there was an intervention study to understand how the filtration effectiveness of basically an improved HVAC system would reduce students' exposures in these schools. After that, I've also looked at the Baldwin Hills oil field in LA, where there's oil and gas drilling. It's surrounded by homes, but there's also a lot of heavy-duty trucks going in and out of the roadway that service that field. There's a major Colorado near roadway air quality study that was done on I-70 in the Globeville, Swansea, Elyria area, which is an environmental justice community next to a petrochemical facility, a rail yard, and the largest freeway interchange in Colorado. They are moving that freeway underground, so they're basically making it a tunnel. And so they were getting a previous a sort of a baseline characterization before they moved it underground, and then they're going to do a follow-up study in a few years on that. I've also looked at near roadway monitoring and modeling characterizations in Indianapolis, Providence, Sacramento. Anyway, that's a decent summary.
Okay. What about warehouses in particular? Can you describe your work with warehouses?
Sure, and I didn't finish my professional characterization. In 2001, I founded my own company called Radical Research LLC. I'm the sole proprietor of that environmental consulting firm, and I've been focusing a lot on warehouses and warehouse development in Southern California. I built a visualization dashboard, which is being used by air quality agencies, developers, local community groups, that quantifies the cumulative impacts of warehouses and warehouse development in the region. There's over 1 billion square feet in Riverside and San Bernardino counties of warehouses, and there's another 300 million square feet in the planning, approval, and construction process. And so trying to understand that from a cumulative impacts perspective, which is both an EPA and a California-specific regulatory framework for understanding how multiple individual sources cumulatively add up.
And so in your work developing the dashboard tool that you just described, what did you learn about trends in warehouse development?
Sure, so I'll talk about it in 2 ways. So there's things that I've heard attending public hearings, which are sort of anecdotal, but in the Inland Empire, which is where I live, it's a major metropolitan area, the 12th largest metropolitan area in the US, 4.7 million people. It's the #1 location for warehouse development in the country. As of the last year, vacancy rates in warehousing were less than 1%. There's huge demand. It was the strongest sector of real estate, anecdotally, that I've heard from planners and from developers who are applying for these projects. stronger than residential, certainly stronger than commercial and other sectors. And so there's a huge demand for this type of development. And in my own characterization of the warehouses, they're getting much larger over time. My data set has the build year of all the warehouses in Southern California. There's over 20,000 warehouses. The ones over an acre in size, characterizing that, they've basically doubled in size over time. They're getting much, much larger. The average size of a warehouse is now over 250,000 square feet, whereas it used to be about 100,000 square feet in terms of the building area, not the footprint, which includes parking lots and dock doors and other things outside the building. And the growth is largest near ports because there's a huge demand of imported goods. The Southern California ports are particularly strong. 70% of West Coast imports come in through the ports of LA and Long Beach. The second largest port is Vancouver, and then the third largest is Seattle, Tacoma. So that's their third largest containerized imports in the coast. And so those are all strong areas of growth in terms of demand for warehouses, especially with the supply chain issues that were happening over the last few years with the COVID pandemic.
Okay, I'd like to turn to traffic analysis. Can you please explain briefly how to estimate the number of vehicle trips associated with a proposed warehouse or industrial project?
Well, more generally, any project, you'd look at the size in square feet of the area that's being developed and the number of buildings or the type of buildings that are being developed. You characterize what type of land use that is. You'd go to the Institute for Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. You'd look at the appropriate land use category. And so you'd have to make a science or traffic engineering judgment of what the right land use category is. And then you'd apply the trip generation rate numbers to estimate on a per 1,000 square foot basis how many trips are generated, both passenger vehicles and potentially heavy duty trucks.
And are there different methodologies for calculating the trip generation numbers for each land use category?
There can be. Everything's always dependent, and you have to always make scientific and engineering judgments as to what the appropriate method to use is. But there are methods which are sort of using the average rate for a category, or using a regression fit used for a category. You could also look at the min, the max. There's a whole bunch of metrics you can use to examine what the appropriate rate is, and depending on what your specific application is, you might have different judgments as to what the appropriate method to apply is.
Okay, so if there's no identified tenant yet for a particular industrial site and several possible uses for it, how should you go about choosing a land use category in ITE's trip generation manual for your trip generation analysis?
Well, assuming that the goal is to be conservative, the idea would be to look through the land use categories that are most likely to reflect what the buildings will be used for, and then to look at the trip rates for those land use categories and see if they're similar or if they're very different. And if they're very different, to look at a range of scenarios that would encompass the possible ranges of trip rates that would be generated from that project. And so if there's high trip rates for one category, you'd want to be conservative and at least include an estimate of that category. And for trucks in particular, if you're looking at emissions, there's different emission types depending on the type of vehicle. Trucks emit different pollution than passenger vehicles do in general, and so you'd want to look at the mix and how the two different categories of vehicles changed. You want to have both examined.
Did you analyze the vehicle traffic likely to be generated by the proposed bridge industrial project?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at stipulated exhibit B23, the revised version. Can you identify what this is from?
This is from the ITE Trip Generation Manual 11th edition.
And did you rely on this part of the trip generation manual in your analysis?
I didn't use this particular page, but yes.
Okay, let's look at PDF page 2 for the industrial park category. Can you please explain what ITE's land use 130 industrial park category is for?
Yes, I mean, one can read the description itself and see how it's defined. I'd let them speak for themselves, but I'd characterize it as an industrial mixed use category. So it's a sort of a catch-all for when you don't know what's going to go into an area, or when you think it's going to be a diversified set of buildings that would be an appropriate category to use.
Did you investigate the details of the industrial parks that ITE studied?
I did briefly.
And how large are the industrial parks that ITE studied?
They range from about 200,000 square feet to about 2.3 or 4 million square feet in size.
So the proposed bridge industrial project would be where in that range?
I think it would be beyond the max size of the projects examined in the industrial park range, as one can see in Exhibit B24, page 10.
Okay. Did you want to look at that page?
If people would like to see what
Sure.
I'm saying, then sure.
Let's pull up B24, page 10, please.
If you're willing to believe me on just my testimony, then that's fine too.
I'm a visual learner, so
Okay.
let's pull that up. This is the page you were referring to, Dr. McCarthy?
That is correct. And so on the x-axis is the land use size in thousands of square feet. So 1,000 equals 1 million square feet, and 2,000 equals 2 million square feet, and 3,000 equals 3 million square feet. And on the y-axis is the trip rate. The dashed line is an average fit. The solid line is the logarithmic fit. And so the X's are the individual studies they did. And the largest study they did, I would say, based on my eyeballs, is about 2.4 million square feet. So smaller than the proposed project.
Okay. Let's go back to Exhibit B23 to page 5 of the PDF. And while we're pulling that up, Dr. McCarthy, can you explain what a high cube warehouse is and how it differs from a traditional warehouse?
Sure. So a traditional warehouse, at least the way I think about it, is a place where you store things, and typically for long amounts of time. In contrast, a high cube warehouse is meant to quickly move goods in and out. It is not meant for storage. It is meant for redistribution or re-movement. And so it's a larger building on average. It's a taller building on average. Yeah, so a warehouse is a storage, and then a high cube warehouse is more of an automated movement facility where there are goods there, but they're there temporarily. So they're there for as little amount of time as they can because they want to devote the space to just repacking, breaking down, and moving goods out of the warehouse. That is how I would describe a high cube warehouse, although I would refer specifically to the land use manual for their descriptions, which are much more detailed than what I just said.
Sure. You mentioned that high cube warehouses are larger. Is there a sort of threshold over which something is generally considered high cube as opposed to traditional?
So if you go to the next page, I believe, land use, say 154, they specifically state that the high cube warehouses are typically larger than 200,000 gross square feet of floor area. And that's true for all of the high cube land uses, 154 through 157 in the ITE manual.
You also mentioned that high cube warehouses are taller than traditional warehouses. Is there a height threshold for what's compared to?
They specifically mention a ceiling height of 24 feet or more.
Okay. And how many days per week, hours per day are high cube warehouses typically in operation?
High cube warehouses tend to be in operation more than a standard warehouse. They are not a 9 to 5, 5-day-a-week facility. They tend to have activities on the weekends. As we all know from Amazon, they deliver on the weekends. We know that UPS and FedEx ship on the weekends sometimes. They have lower activity on the weekends, but it is still active. And so, and then in terms of the diurnal cycle, the hours of operation tend to be longer. Some of them are 24 hours a day. But the activity again is lower overnight, but they still do have activities overnight.
Okay, I want to go through ITE's high cube warehouse categories and have you sort of give us an example of each one. So let's start with high cube transload and short-term storage warehouse.
Sure. So a high cube transloading and short-term storage warehouse, I think of this category as sort of what a national distribution center or an original equipment manufacturer shipping goods over from Asia would have a national distribution center where they'd take goods and then they'd redistribute them to their retailers and to their local facilities. And so this is sort of a redistribution center. That's how I think about it. So like a Hyundai would have its auto parts in a high cube transload. That's how I think about it.
Okay, let's go to the next one, 155. High cube fulfillment center warehouse. Can you give us an example, some examples of those?
Sure. The sort category would be your standard Amazon warehouse where you take your goods. This is your last mile fulfillment center, and it's has lots of delivery vehicles where the goods are sorted into little boxes and then shipped out to customers directly.
And what would a non-sort fulfillment center be? What's an example?
So that would be like a furniture warehouse or a anything that is too big to fit in a consolidated box. So any large items, TVs, furniture, things that would be shipped as a whole package.
Okay, let's go to land use code 156, high cube parcel hub warehouse. What's an example of that?
These would be your FedEx and UPS centers where it's a time-sensitive delivery, typically more likely to be located near airports and other places where you can ship goods quickly.
All right, and let's go to land use code 157, high cube cold storage warehouse. What is that?
So this would be a refrigerated facility, typically used for perishable goods like food or flowers, where the goods need to be kept cold. And it's important to note for these types of warehouses, they attract trucks that have refrigerated trailers, and those are called transport refrigeration units. And those often have diesel generators that keep the trailers cold. And so those trucks emit generally a little bit more than twice as much pollution per trip than a standard warehouse would.
Right.
Sorry, than a standard truck would.
Got it. I'd like to show you stipulated exhibit C3, which is the architectural site plan. That's part of the MD&S record. Did you review the architectural site plan as part of your analysis?
I did.
Okay. And based on your review of the site plan, which land use categories did you conclude this type of facility would be consistent with?
I found that these 4 buildings would be most consistent with high cube warehouses, with building A, B, and C being very, very strong candidates for high cube warehouse land use categories, and building D being slightly less strong.
Okay, and why is that?
There's a study called the High Cube Warehouse Study that was published by the South Coast and the Institute for Transportation Engineers, which describes the different land use categories and characteristic building features of those different land use types, and also just the descriptions that we just reviewed. Building A is a 517,000 square foot building. Building B is a 950,000 square foot building. Building C is a 661,000 square foot building, and building D is, I want to say, 350,000 square feet, roughly. Each of those are over 200,000 square feet, which is one of the criteria for a high cube warehouse. Each of these buildings have building heights with ceilings of 40 feet, which is consistent with a category having a ceiling height of over 24 feet. 3 of the buildings A, B, and C, have cross dock features, which means you have loading docks along the long end of the building on both sides, which allows you to take goods from one side of the facility, break them down, and then move them to trucks on the other side of the facility, and vice versa. So those are known as cross dock facilities. Those are very characteristic of transloading, parcel hub, and fulfillment centers. Also, the trailer parking to dock door ratio is about 2 to 1. There's, I want to say, 998 trailer parking spots and 448 dock doors, but the numbers are exact on the little sheet there. So you can see the 488 there. The trailer parking is listed on each building specifically, but I assert that it's a 1.98 to 1 ratio, where there's almost twice as many truck trailer parking spots. That is characteristic of fulfillment centers, parcel hubs, which are known to have requirements for higher amounts of trailer parking. And so all of these characteristics are consistent with a parcel hub or fulfillment center use, and they are all consistent with a high cube use, as described in the ITE land use manual.
Can you help us understand why high cube warehouses have, let's start with high ceilings.
So a typical high cube warehouse will have racks of goods, and they will have multiple layers of racks. And so the facility racks are designed such that the interior forklifts and cranes can access the materials and move them quickly with their automated movement equipment. So that's a specific design feature that's typical and characteristic of high cube warehouses.
Okay, and you mentioned having lots of loading dock doors and cross docks in particular. Why do high cube warehouses have that structure?
Sure. So, and it's characterized in the square foot to dock door ratio. So when there's a 5,000 square foot per dock door ratio, then you want to not be storing the goods, you want to be moving the goods. And if it's 10,000 or 15,000 square feet per dock door, then you want to be storing the goods and not moving the goods. And so your design features help you accomplish the purpose of your building. And so these design features are characteristic of high cube warehouses, where the goal is movement of goods, not storage of goods.
Okay, and I think the last thing you mentioned was a high ratio of truck trailer parking to, was it dock positions?
That is correct.
Okay, and why is there a lot of truck trailer parking relative to docks for these warehouses?
I'm assuming it's because they're attracting a lot of trucks and they need places for them to park when they're waiting for the dock doors to open up. But I'm honestly, that specific design feature, I am not familiar exactly with why that is, but that would be my assumption. I always see lots of truck trailers parked in the warehouses near my house, and I honestly don't know why. It seems like that would be a inconvenient use but of space, but that's what they use it for. So
okay. And is this site plan for the Bridge Industrial Project consistent with ITE's industrial park land use category?
No.
Why not?
So if we go back to that exhibit that we were on before, B23.
Which page do you want, the industrial park page or
the one that describes, yes, ITE 130 industrial park category.
Ms. Brechtel, I believe that is page 2 of the PDF.
Briefly, I'd just say that the description of an industrial park is a mixed use industrial facility where you don't know, or you know that the tenant mix is going to be in light industrial, manufacturing, maybe some retail or office space. It's a wide variety of uses, and this particular project does not look like a wide variety of uses. It looks like the same use a whole bunch of times that is consistent with a different land use category. And so industrial park is supposed to be a catch-all for when there's a mix of uses that don't fit evenly in one category. And specifically, the description of industrial park says that the related uses are general light industrial and manufacturing are the related uses for industrial park. This is neither light industrial nor a manufacturing use. It is a high cube warehousing use, and that is very specific from the ITE trip generation manual that we've gone through here, that is the type of use that these buildings are being used for. And so those are the appropriate land use categories to compare it to.
Okay.
Well, hang on just a second though. For my sake, let's get our tenses right. We don't even have any buildings right now, correct?
I do not believe that there are any buildings. I was relying on the drawings of the industrial park from the project applicant. So
it seems like present tense saying these buildings are being used for this right now is not necessarily appropriate to July 26, 2023. Because I can't time travel, so right. I just want to make that clear. We're talking about and using tenses like we have existing buildings being used for something in the present tense, and I don't think that's the case.
So,
which is why I asked for the clarification. I don't know that any buildings have been constructed yet. We're talking about proposals. And let me just ask a question quickly, backing up here for a second. I thought you said earlier that characterizing something as an industrial park use would be appropriate when you don't know who your tenants are going to be. Is that what you said, or did I mishear?
If you do not know what the land uses are going to be within the category, if you do not know if it's going to be manufacturing or industrial, if you think it's going to be a wide variety of uses and you want to have a catch-all category, I think that is what I said.
Okay, yeah, that squares with what I thought I heard. So sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Ms. Tech.
Dr. McCarthy, so based, to clarify, solely on the site plan drawings that are part of the record in this case, are those drawings consistent with a building that has been optimized for manufacturing or industrial uses?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Does a building's geographic location affect its likely use?
Yes.
What can you tell us about this project site's geographic location that is relevant to how it's likely to be used?
This is in the city of Tacoma. The city of Tacoma has a containerized port. The city of Seattle has a containerized port about 30 miles away. There's 2 intermodal rail yards in the nearby vicinity, and intermodal rail yards are where goods are distributed essentially nationally from containerized ports. So long distance travel is typically done by rail. And then there's also the Seattle Tacoma Airport, which is a cargo hub as well.
So to generate a conservative estimate of this project's likely vehicle impacts, what land use categories do you think must be included in a trip generation analysis?
Certainly, based on the building characteristics and one would look through the land use categories that would fit, and I believe that land use categories 154 through 157 would be the appropriate categories to include, and that's the high cube transloading, the high cube sort and non-sort fulfillment centers, the high cube parcel hubs, and the high cube cold storage warehouses. And among those 4, the high cube parcel hub, high cube fulfillment center, sort, and high cube cold storage uses would all have the most impacts based on the matrix of passenger vehicle trips to truck trips that would be generated from those 3 different types of land uses.
Okay, I'd like to show you the spreadsheet that is stipulated Exhibit A19, specifically the Industrial Park Log Method tab, please, Ms. Brechtel. Can you explain to us what the Industrial Park Log Method tab of your spreadsheet reflects?
Yes, so this was my my estimation of what the trip rate was based on the method on the gray. I want to say it's a column. That is me trying to reproduce the values that were produced by the project applicant's traffic impact report. And so it was basically a bunch of calculation factors, and then what the trip rates would be if you calculated each of the individual buildings using a log fit method, and then what the average trip rate, if you use the industrial park average trip rate as opposed to the log fit trip rate, how much would the daily vehicle trip rate change? So it was basically just sensitivity studies of how trip rates change depending on the assumptions one uses in estimating the trip rates.
Okay, so just to clarify, the gray row, those are based on the calculations in the updated transportation impact analysis?
That is correct. And so building size in row B shows 2.475 million square feet. The daily vehicle trip rates based on that fit is 4,980, which is within 1 trip rate of the value that was calculated by TENW. And then on column J, if you use the average daily vehicle trip rate, which was the alternative fitting procedure of 3.37 per 1,000 square feet, the daily vehicle trips would be 8,341. And so that's a significant difference. And then the rows, is that row? Columns? Is anybody gonna help me out here?
Rows go across.
Okay, columns go down. All right, so columns 3, 4, 5, and 6 show what would happen if you calculated building A, B, C, and D using the log fit trip rate. And so you can see that the individual vehicle trip rates based on the individual buildings cumulatively are larger than the sum of the buildings. And so somehow each of the individual buildings, if you fit them to a log fit, would generate higher numbers, 9,507 cumulatively, or 2,206, 3,040, 2,508, 1,753. So somehow, if you have a smaller industrial park, it generates more trips per square foot used than if it's a larger industrial park, which would suggest some sort of internal trips going in between the individual buildings or something. I'm not sure how physically that would make sense.
Okay.
Nonetheless, I'm sorry, I'm going off. I'm meandering.
That's all right. I just want to clarify. So when you're talking about the log fit method, is this what you described as a regression fit when you were first describing how different ways to calculate trip rates?
Yes.
Okay. And so the 2.01 in cell H2 on the spreadsheet, where did that come from?
Yes. And so if you divide 4,980 by 2,475, you get a value of 2.01. So that's the trip rate per 1,000 square feet on average.
Okay. And so how does your calculation of the trip rate based on Transportation Engineering Northwest's vehicle trips number, how does that compare to ITE's average daily trip rate for the industrial park category?
The daily vehicle trip rate using the regression fit is significantly lower.
Okay. Let's switch to the trip rates ITE 11th tab. And I'd like you to tell us how ITE's 3.37 average daily trip rate for industrial park compares to ITE's range of observed trip rates for industrial parks.
Certainly. So this is the average daily vehicle trip rates in row B and the land use categories in row A. And you can see the different categories that we've been discussing. And the industrial park average daily vehicle trip rate, which was not used, 3.37, is higher than warehousing and high cube transload and high cube fulfillment center warehouse non-sort and high cube cold storage warehouse, and significantly lower than fulfillment center warehouse sort and parcel hub warehouse.
Let's look at table 6 in exhibit A30. This is Transportation Engineering Northwest's May 2021 transportation impact analysis that Bridge Industrial originally submitted to the city in connection with this SEPA review. Are you familiar with this earlier version of the transportation impact study?
I am.
Okay. And can you describe how this original May study differs from the December study that's part of the MD&S record?
The primary difference is the trip rate used to generate the total number of passenger daily vehicle trips.
And how were they different?
The earlier version used the average trip rate rather than the regression fit trip rate.
And applying that average trip rate, how many vehicles did this earlier version estimate would be generated by the Bridge Industrial project?
8,425.
Okay. Let's go back to the updated transportation impact analysis. Specifically, let's look at stipulated exhibit C7 at PDF page 4. Both versions of the study contain a reference to their analysis being conservative. We'll look at the language from the updated transportation impact analysis. Okay. Can you read that highlighted text to us, please?
Sure, but that's pretty small.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can zoom it up a little bit, that'd be great. Much better.
Ms. Brickell.
As a conservative measure, the traffic impact analysis documented in this report is based on the trip generation for the proposed Bridge Point Tacoma project as an quote industrial park end quote use. By comparison, the development of all general quote warehousing end quote use on this site would be expected to generate approximately 80% of the weekday daily vehicle trips and 40% of the weekday morning or afternoon peak hour trips as industrial park use. Therefore, the trip generation estimate for the proposed project that forms the basis of assumptions for the traffic impact analysis has the potential to overestimate traffic impacts and should be considered conservative. In the event that future tenants of the Bridge Point Tacoma site could generate more peak hour trips than industrial park, i.e. high cube fulfillment center, parcel hub, or other land use types, additional traffic analysis may be necessary.
Okay, do you agree with the characterization of this updated trip generation analysis based on industrial park land use as conservative?
No.
Why not?
So as a scientist or an engineer, when we say we're being conservative, we should be, I believe that it is important to be, say, 95% certain that the numbers one is proposing are essentially worst case scenario. You want to be reasonably conservative. You want to make sure if you're building a bridge that you're reasonably conservative about how much that bridge can hold, right? You don't want to use the average or something that's low, right? You want to make sure that your estimates are conservative, and that requires 95% certainty that you're using the worst case scenario under reasonable assumptions. And so that is my definition of what a conservative estimate would entail.
Okay. Let's go back to your spreadsheet, which is stipulated exhibit A19, and look at the vehicle trips tab, please. And can you please describe what this tab reflects?
Yes, so this demonstrates the total, I'll go through. So on column A, row A, there's the land use categories that we've talked about. There's also a column 9, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Column B is the average daily vehicle trip rate. Row C is the average
You
daily.
actually had to write the
I had it
letters
the right
or
way.
the.
Sorry, okay. Columns, rows. All
Row.
right. So row. I'm gonna keep messing that up. I apologize. Anyway, these would be the range of passenger and truck trips based on these land use categories, based on the ITE trip generation manual values. And so column G shows the total daily vehicle trips and shows based on 2.475 million square feet of total land use. And so the industrial park estimate of 8,341 is basically the same as the earlier version of the TNW traffic impact analysis, and much higher than the 4,980 that was used earlier. And then as you can see, the high cube fulfillment center warehouse and parcel warehouse have significantly higher trip generation rates, 15,939 and 11,459. And then lastly, the truck trips, which generate specific types of pollution, which we'll talk about in the emission section, are higher for warehousing, high cube parcel hub warehouse, and high cube cold storage warehouse as seen in E. Okay, and so 1,411 is the industrial park. Daily truck trips is higher for 3 land use categories. And so I think that all of those categories indicate that truck trips are not conservative. And specifically, if this is cold storage warehouse, the emissions from the truck trips would be significantly higher because of those refrigerated trailer units. And so that needs to be considered for sure in terms of the emissions, if that is a possible land use.
Okay, so I want to ask you about passenger vehicle trips in particular. It looks like you are estimating that high cube fulfillment center warehouse sort would generate over 15,000 daily passenger vehicle trips, and high cube parcel hub warehouse would generate over 10,000 daily passenger vehicle trips. Can you explain why there are so many passenger vehicle trips associated with those land uses?
Sure. So an Amazon or a FedEx facility has lots of delivery vehicles that would be delivering packages to end use last mile deliveries, essentially. So it is not mostly people driving to and from the facility as commute. It is mostly the delivery usage.
So those delivery vans are not trucks under ITE's definition.
The IT, well, I'm not sure if the IT has how the IT defines what its gross vehicle weight rating category is. I consider that 8,500 pounds, and so that would be the heavy duty truck, or sorry, at least the light duty truck category.
Okay. And I see that there are 2 rows for high cube cold storage warehouse. Can you explain to us why?
Yes. So row 8 shows the truck trip rates from the trucks themselves. So that is just from the truck. And then row 9 indicates what the weighted average daily truck trip is to account for the emissions from the trailer transport refrigeration units. And so the truck trailers themselves, the diesel generators associated with keeping those trailers cold, emit a larger amount of pollution than the trucks do. And so that is the weighted average truck trip from Rule 2305 from the South Coast Air Quality Management District they use to implement their indirect warehouse source rule that is coming into effect this year.
Okay, so just so I understand, you have calculated an alternative, you've looked at an alternative way to calculate how many truck trips are associated with cold storage that takes into account those trailers, those refrigerated trailers. Is that right?
This is not for the trip rates themselves. This is to estimate the emissions when doing the SQER and the ASIL calculations. So this is to say with the equivalent truck trip rate of diesel emissions as a back of the envelope calculation. To do this properly, one would need to use AirMod and run the emissions calculators through moves. There's a whole bunch of established procedures that could be run to do this. This is a shorthand estimate to just show that this is significantly a very significant omission if cold storage warehouses are a potential use.
Okay. And what conclusions would you draw about this project's probable impact on vehicle traffic based on your trip generation analysis?
I would say that there's a reasonable probability that the high cube warehouse uses that this is likely to be used for would have a higher either trip rate or diesel truck trip rate than estimated in the traffic impact analysis by the project applicant.
And approximately how many times higher would you estimate the vehicle impacts would be?
It really depends on what ending land use it would be, but they have not done a conservative assumption. And so you'd need to do the 3 sensitivity studies, and I can walk through those if we are interested in looking at those different emission rates.
We will turn to emissions in just a minute. Before we do that, can you explain, just sort of summarize high level, why it matters whether the project is likely to generate 4,980 vehicle trips a day or nearly 16,000?
Well, my understanding is that the difference of 12,000 passenger vehicle trips would have a huge difference in terms of the emissions associated with those vehicles, both from a air quality perspective, the emissions of air toxics pollutants, criteria emission pollutants, which all affect human health and well-being. And so changing it by a factor of 4 is 4 times as much emissions for the passenger vehicles. That's a very large change. That is a significant change. In addition, they would emit that many more times greenhouse gas emissions, and we can walk through those calculations as well. So those are very important environmental impacts to understand when making a decision about whether to mitigate or not. And so I would have wanted to make sure that I understood the full range of possibilities in order to consider appropriate mitigations that would help to reduce those impacts.
Okay, and would the vehicle trip numbers also affect the noise levels associated with the project?
They would.
Okay, would they affect the general impacts on transportation systems and safety?
They would.
Okay. All right, let's turn to the project's emissions and pull up table A4 of stipulated exhibit C13. And while Ms. Bricktel is pulling that up, can you tell us, did you review TRC's air quality analysis that's part of the MDNS record in this case?
I did.
Okay, and did you perform your own analysis of the project's emissions?
I did.
Okay, I'd like you to tell us about the sources of emissions associated with this project, beginning with the operations phase. What is the biggest source of operational emissions?
Off-site vehicle emissions.
When you say off-site vehicle emissions, what do you mean by that?
So in this project analysis, the project applicant broke the emissions down into two categories: on-site emissions, which are associated only with truck idling on the facility grounds. And truck idling is defined as moving less than 5 miles per hour in moves. And I believe an MFAC as well, although I'm not 100% sure about the 5 miles per hour for MFAC's definition of that. But so basically the on-site emissions are just what happens when the trucks are on-site at the dock doors or driving around within the facility. And the off-site is everything where they're on the roads going to and from other locations.
Okay. And are, in addition to trucks on-site idling, are there other sources of on-site emissions from this project?
Yes, there are on-site gas heater emissions calculated as part of the on-site emissions.
Okay, and what about emissions associated with the construction phase?
There are emissions associated with greenhouse gas emissions associated with construction phase.
We'll get to greenhouse
Okay,
gas
right.
emissions later. Let's start just with non-greenhouse gas forms of pollution.
Can we go to my trip vehicle generation emission spreadsheet, please?
Yes, let's pull up A19. The which tab do you want? Total. Well, we'll pull it up and then you can direct us to the part you'd like to look at. Ms. Brechtel, we are not seeing A19. Ah, there we go. Okay. And which tab did you want to look at, Dr. McCarthy?
Let us go to HCW parcel hub vehicle emissions. So honestly, I can't remember whether they included construction phase emissions from dust and from vehicle operations as part of that. I think it was an addendum or an appendix. It wasn't included in the main emissions thing, and so I didn't pay as much attention to that.
Okay. Okay, let's go to table A4 from stipulated exhibit C13. This is a table of estimated emissions from moving vehicles. We're going to focus on TRC's analysis of emissions from that category of off-site vehicles traveling to and from the facility that you described. Can you describe how TRC quantified those off-site vehicle emissions?
Yes, so in the top left table, they describe the route that the vehicles will take. And they characterize it as 3 road types: rural unrestricted access, which is from the facility to South 56th Street via Burlington Way; urban unrestricted access, which is from South 56th Street to I-5, so basically going east-west; and then going on I-5 to the edge of the county towards Olympia, and that was the third category. And so they said how much each of those routes are. They then in the table bottom left and bottom right, they calculated the emissions in grams per vehicle mile traveled for those 3 different road types for the different types of vehicles: the combination of short haul trucks and then the passenger cars, both gasoline and diesel. For the different road types, they have different speeds at which the vehicles go. They calculate it for Pierce County specific emissions rates based on, I believe, 2021 fleet emissions, but maybe 2022, not 100% sure on the exact year of the fleet that they estimated. And that then generates a series of pollutants, which include criteria pollutants, precursors of criteria pollutants, so things that are regulated at the national level, and then also toxic air pollutants or hazardous air pollutants, which cause cancer, reproductive effects, and are not directly regulated as a like you can't go above a threshold level, but they are things that are considered under Washington State's SQER and ASIL emissions project guidelines.
Okay, and so the number of vehicle trips assumed for in this air quality analysis is based on what?
Sure. So in the first 3 rows, they calculate the different grams per vehicle mile traveled of the different pollutant types. For each of the road types, they then sum those for the route that they selected in pounds per day for the number of trips generated. So there were 711 trucks going one way, 711 trucks or 710 trucks going the other way. So 1,411 trucks to get the pounds per day. So they did some unit conversions to get the total diesel truck emissions for the routes that they calculated. And then they multiplied that by, I believe, 260 to get pounds per year because they assumed it operated 5 days a week.
Okay. So the vehicle trips are from the updated transportation impact analysis. That's what you're saying, the truck trips.
They are based on the ITE industrial park land use category trip rate and the 1,411 number.
Right, okay. And the mileage, so the box at the top left that you described, what is the total miles that they assumed each truck would be traveling?
17.8 miles.
Okay, and passenger vehicles they assumed were traveling how far?
21.87 miles.
Okay. Do you agree with TRC's off-site vehicle emissions calculations?
No.
Why not?
Or the truck route, they use the wrong truck route. They use a truck route that is prohibited according to the traffic impact analysis. Trucks are not allowed to go on South 56th Street. They were supposed to go on 35th to Union to SR16 to I-5. And so the route is incorrect. And then secondly, they arbitrarily chose a 17.8 mile truck trip distance by saying that at the edge of the county, the trucks stop. The truck's average distance traveled according to the regional transportation plan for heavy duty trucks is 42 miles. And that's the numbers calculated by, I guess, the Puget Sound Regional Council. Don't quote me on the exact agency there, but that is their number. And so that would be a more appropriate number because trucks, that's the average distance that trucks go. And so unless there's some reason that they think that there's 17.8 miles of travel for trucks, they underestimated the total emissions from trucks. Thirdly, they omitted weekend activities. As I described earlier, these types of land uses do not just operate 5 days a week, they operate 7 days a week, although the activity on the weekends is reduced. And so I would estimate that there's at least as much as an extra day worth of activity per week in terms of the pounds per year emitted. And then finally, I don't agree with the total diesel truck emissions. It is okay for the industrial park category, but as I described earlier, there were 3 other categories that had a higher number of truck trip rates. And so these numbers are not conservative in terms of the total number of trucks that would be going on the road. Nor is it conservative in terms of the passenger car gasoline emissions, because as we saw in the parcel hub and the fulfillment center land use cases, there could be 4 times as many passenger vehicles as was described in the application.
Okay, so you mentioned an average truck trip length for the region based on a regional transportation plan. Can you tell us a little bit more about that data source?
Yes, so the Metropolitan Planning Organization is responsible for generating the emissions associated with vehicle trips through the region as part of the air quality plan. They are the ones in charge of estimating what these vehicle trip distances are, and that is their number that they use to estimate what the heavy duty truck trips were for the region.
Okay. And with respect to the pollutants listed in this table, do you think TRC analyzed all of the important pollutants to look at for this project?
No,
Why not?
they omitted acetaldehyde.
Okay, and what is, you don't have to go too detailed here, but why is it important to include acetaldehyde?
Acetaldehyde is a carcinogen, a respiratory irritant, and it is a cancer risk driver according to EPA's air tox screen. It is a Washington State SQER and ASIL pollutant that should have been included. And yeah, it's a top 5 risk driver according to EPA.
Okay.
Or inhalation cancer risk.
Okay, let's look at table 3 of stipulated exhibit C13. This is TRC's air quality analysis. And what I'm going to ask you when we get it pulled up is if you can tell us what fraction of TRC's estimated total project emissions are from off-site vehicle emissions from off-site vehicles traveling to and from the facility.
Sure, and so it's not directly shown on this table, but the on-site emissions is shown and the total project emissions is shown. And so for some pollutants, like 1,3-butadiene, there are no on-site emissions, but for pollutant like diesel, which is diesel engine exhaust in the particulate phase, the total on-site emissions is 1.6 pounds per year, and the off-site emissions is 8.57 times 10 to the 2, which is 857 pounds per year. And so 99.8% of the emissions happen off-site.
Okay, and what do the cells highlighted in reddish pink in this table indicate?
I believe these indicate the emissions rates that exceed the SQER screening levels.
Okay. Do you believe that based on TRC's analysis of emissions, the project is reasonably likely to have more than a moderate impact on air quality?
Yes.
And why is that?
There are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different pollutants that are above the SQER levels. And the emissions rates, that just based on their own table, the cumulative impact of each of these, if you don't just treat them as individual exceedances, but as the cumulative synergistic impacts that they have, their effects are additive and therefore important to consider cumulatively.
Okay, I want to ask you about TRC's modeling, but first, can you explain what air dispersion modeling is?
Yes, so when you take an emissions rate or an emissions from a source that does not tell you the concentrations that go into the air is essentially a big box, if you think of it very simply. And so when you emit something into a big box, the concentrations go up, but then the wind blows and then it moves somewhere else. And so you need to track where the concentrations where the pollutions that you emit goes and who's the maximum impacted receptor, or where the maximum concentration might be and what those exposures might be to people in the nearby environment, or other environmental effects can also be modeled.
Okay, so the concentrations that you get as an output from air dispersion modeling, what do they include and not include?
They include the concentrations directly modeled as emissions. So they only include the concentrations from the sources that are emitting the pollution. So in this particular case, it would be the trucks. In the study that they did, they modeled on-site truck emissions on on-site gas heater emissions, and they modeled how the exposures would be for the residents in a grid around the project from the on-site emissions only. They did not model any off-site moving truck or moving passenger vehicle emissions.
Okay, so in general, air dispersion modeling does not include background concentrations. Is that correct?
That is correct. And AirMod toxic modeling guidance does suggest that one should include either you should model all emission sources within 50 kilometers of a project, which is a significant amount of work for an area like Tacoma where there's lots of different emission sources, or include a background concentration to add to the concentrations in order to understand the total impact.
Okay. Do you think that modeling the project's on-site emissions from idling diesel trucks and gas heaters is sufficient to tell whether air pollution from the bridge industrial project is reasonably likely to affect health?
No.
Why not?
99.8% of the emissions for the important pollutants happen off-site.
Okay. And did TRC model the impact of the project's off-site vehicle emissions on near road receptors to study how those off-site emissions from vehicles traveling to and from the facility would impact exposure levels for people near the travel routes?
No.
Is it possible to do that modeling, to model those mobile source emissions?
Yes.
How would you go about doing that?
AirMod, which is the model that they use to model the on-site emissions, has a line source model called R-line as a module and could be used to estimate the emissions off-site. It's done routinely in permit modeling.
And so what receptors would you be looking at to do that kind of modeling?
So depending on the extent of the domain, I mean, they already have a gridded domain around the project, but I would go a little bit farther out along the truck and the passenger vehicle routes to basically model the first mile or two from the project site because that is where the concentration of vehicles from the project will be the highest.
Okay. Let's look at stipulated exhibit B26, which is a map of the primary and secondary routes to and from the facility. And when we pull it up, I'm going to ask what the map depicts as the travel routes to and from the facility is consistent with your understanding of the routes based on the traffic study and the MDNs.
Sorry, please repeat your question.
Yes. Does this map, is this consistent with what you understand to be the primary and secondary routes for vehicles traveling to and from the project?
Yes.
Okay. And so for this project, where would you expect the maximum impact receptors to be?
For the diesel truck pollutants, which I believe will be the driver of the risk associated with this project, I would assume it would be along the primary truck access route going along the new road to South 35th to South Union Avenue, and as it enters SR16, somewhere between SR16 and I-5 would be where I'd assume that it would be the highest, because the trucks accelerate, that's where they poof out their emissions, that is where the emissions rates are highest. And so probably I would predict that it's between South Union Avenue and Center Street that those receptors next to the freeway that are already being exposed to SR16 emissions would be getting the highest extra dose based on the wind patterns onshore and offshore from Tacoma.
Okay, so leading the entrance to SR16 and then the SR16 and I-5 interchange?
Yes, those would be the two. I mean, I don't know where the traffic backups might be along those two routes. So that would also affect it. If the trucks are moving slow, they emit higher rates of pollution, or if they're accelerating, they also emit higher rates of pollution. So those would be the two most likely places that I would expect.
Okay, let's look at figures 5 and 6 from stipulated exhibit C7, which is the updated transportation impact analysis. And we'll start with, well, figure 5 pertains to trip distribution and assignment for non-trucks, and figure 6 pertains to trip distribution for trucks. First, can you explain what we're looking at? Yes,
so if you zoom in a little bit to the map and worry less about the traffic light figures along the edge. So this tells us, go down just a little bit more, the site, it shows the fraction of the vehicles exiting the site going along the different routes. And so those percentages tell us that 10% go, so starting at the bottom left, 10% go on 56th Street heading west, And so you could see where the distribution of vehicles are going to go along all the individual streets. And then they've done a transportation model to estimate the total number of vehicles, and these are passenger vehicles specifically, that would be on each of these individual roads as a result of the project.
Okay, and how do these figures from the updated transportation impact analysis inform your opinions with respect to where the maximum impact receptors for this project are likely to be?
So if you can go to page 6 and look at the same map and just go up a little bit. Perfect. So on SR16, there's a 10% that go west and 70% that go east. And so that indicates to me that 80% of the trucks are expected to go on South Union Avenue onto SR16. And so 80% of the truck impacts will happen right there. In terms of the vehicle miles traveled. And due to the acceleration to get onto a freeway as you're merging, that is when the emissions rates from the trucks will be highest.
Okay, we can close out of this. Does any part of TRC's air quality study analyze the concentrations of pollutants that are likely to occur at the maximum impact receptors that you just described?
Yes.
Can you say more about that?
So in Exhibit K, I think is the air quality analysis. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's now, what did we renumber it?
Exhibit K was what it was when I had it. But yeah,
Yes.
so the air quality analysis had a gridded receptor model
Okay.
that they used for on-site vehicle emissions. And they did include gridded receptor, sensitive receptor locations for those houses, but they were only from the on-site emissions and did not model the off-site emissions where the trucks were driving by.
Okay. Okay. Let's look at, so just to be clear, there's nothing in the air quality analysis that looks at the impact of the project's off-site vehicle emissions on those receptors, the sensitive receptors where you just described, our maximum impact receptors.
That is correct. They modeled 0.2% of the impact. They didn't model the other 99.8% of the impact.
Okay. Let's look at stipulated exhibit A19, your spreadsheet, and this time we will look at the off-site vehicle emissions tab. Does this reflect the calculations you performed to quantify emissions from vehicles traveling to and from the site?
It does.
Okay, can you take us through this tab and explain what we're looking at and what assumptions you made?
Yes, so this was a sensitivity study to estimate how the different land use types would be reflected in the pollutant emission rates for the different, if we assumed that different land use categories were applied with their trip rates as opposed to the trip rates from an industrial park. And so in columns B and C are the diesel truck emissions and the gas passenger vehicle emissions in grams per trip. In column D is the small quantity emissions rates, which is a Washington state standard. And then the averaging period in column E. And then column G is the baseline that was estimated for by the project applicant. And then columns H through a whole bunch are my estimates of what it would be based on the different trip rates in emissions in pounds per day, in pounds per year, and pounds per hour for the different land use types. And calculating the totals, because each pollutant, many of the pollutants are emitted by both diesel and passenger vehicle rates, but because the two are changing in different ways, you have to do them in order to get the total estimates. Only a couple of them are only emitted by one or the other. So these are my estimates of what the project emissions would be based on my conservative assumptions about the operations of these facilities if they were classified as these land use types.
Okay, so can you just clarify what assumptions you made that were the same as TRC's and where your assumptions differed?
So I assumed that the grams per mile traveled for the restricted urban, rural, and unrestricted types were the same. So I used the same vehicle fleet emissions in grams per VMT. I then applied them to different numbers of vehicles based on the different land use categories. And I also applied For the passenger vehicles, I only applied it to gasoline vehicles because diesel vehicles were only 1% of the total. I just omitted them as negligible. I also estimated a higher distance, the 42 miles as opposed to the 17.8 miles for the total trip. So the trips emissions for trucks were significantly higher. And then finally, I use the same emissions in terms of pounds per day. I estimated that the same number of, the trips, you only have a certain number of trips. So per trip, you multiply by the number of trucks or the number of passenger vehicles. So those are the same. But in terms of the number of days it operates per year, I estimated 312 days per year of operation versus 260. So I added an extra day per week to account for 50% activity of the warehouses on the weekends.
Okay, and Ms. Brechtel, can you scroll to the right so we can see, I believe it's columns P through V. Are columns P through V the ones where you assumed activity on one weekend day? Or
Yeah, well, half
activity
activity
on
on
2
two,
days.
it ends up being the same, but yes.
Okay. And I see that the row for acetaldehyde is highlighted. Can you explain why there are no calculations for acetaldehyde?
Yes, I did not have the direct fleet emissions rates in grams per VMT for diesel or passenger vehicles for a Pierce County specific fleet, so I was unable to calculate that number.
Okay. And how do your calculations of off-site vehicle emissions compare to TRCs?
So I think the key thing is that I found for each of the pollutants that there were categories of land use that had higher and sometimes significantly higher emissions rates than the baseline assumptions from the project applicant.
Okay, and how much higher?
It would depend on the pollutant.
Okay. Let's see. And can you explain sort of what was driving those differences?
Yes, the biggest impacts from an emissions perspective were the trip distances for the trucks being 2.4 times longer, the 20% increase in operational emissions for the annual totals, and then the third thing is the trip rates themselves for the three different higher land use categories for the sort, the parcel hub, and the cold storage warehouse emissions. Those higher initial estimates of trips or trip equivalents resulted in higher emissions for those categories.
Okay, and Ms. Brechtel, can you scroll all the way to the right so we can just see the last part of the spreadsheet? Can you explain what is going on in columns X through AD?
Yes, so this is the emissions in pounds per hour, and I believe this is for the total emissions of on-site and off-site.
What is your opinion as to the significance of the bridge industrial project's likely emissions based on your own analysis?
I think that the emissions are significantly higher than are likely to have. Let me say this properly. I do not think the assumptions from the project applicant were conservative because there are likely land use categories that result in higher mixes of pollutants for different categories depending on what assumptions one makes.
Okay, and based on your emissions calculations, would you expect air dispersion modeling of the emissions from off-site vehicles to show exceedances of the acceptable source impact levels?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think Dr. McCarthy is capable of explaining the basis for his opinion, and I can incorporate that into the question.
Sorry, my apologies. I was muted. My office mascot bulldog here has been snoring incessantly, and I didn't want to regale everyone with that. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can rephrase the question, and when your response while I was still muted, it sounds like you might be headed that direction anyway. So why don't you try to rephrase it in a way that doesn't call for speculation?
Sure. So Dr. McCarthy, you noted that your emissions calculations show not just exceedances of Washington's small quantity emissions of the SQERs, but that they were several I forget, I don't think you quantified how much higher than TRCs they were. Can you explain how your quantification of emissions would translate to concentrations along the travel routes to and from the facility?
Yes,
Can you go ahead and do that?
sure. So the emissions rates calculated for the on-site emissions for the project applicant were 1.67 pounds of diesel PM. If you go to columns V through like a couple earlier than that, so like R or something, you'll see the emissions rates that are calculated for the off-site emissions. And each of them have an E to the 3 or E to the 4, which means it's either 1,000 or 10,000 pounds. And so one can do an engineering calculation of the emissions rates per mile of diesel vehicles traveled and estimate what the concentrations would be based on an estimate of the total emissions rates that were calculated from the project applicant on the on-site emissions and extrapolating that to an order of magnitude. And so I did that. And if you say per mile emissions of these vehicles, then you will find that the emissions rates are about 20 to 30 times higher off-site per mile than they are for the on-site emissions. And one can look at the ASIL emissions from the appendix exhibit K, I don't know, whatever the air quality exhibit is now. And they show that the ASIL level was 0.0002 micrograms per meter cube. You multiply that by a factor of 15 to 20, and you get above the 0.0033 ASIL level. And so I would assume that conservatively, that is a reasonable estimate that it would exceed the ASIL based on my calculations of what the on-site emissions rates would be per mile.
Okay.
Well, while you're queuing up the next question, I do want to remind the parties that we're going to break at 10:30. So if you can find a logical spot there to go 6 more minutes and then accommodate that break, that would be great.
Sure, yep. Let's look at the HCW Parcel Hub Vehicle Emissions tab of this spreadsheet. So in addition to estimating emissions from off-site vehicles traveling to and from the facility, you ran some of your own calculations regarding on-site emissions and total vehicle emissions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you explain what this tab reflects?
This tab reflects my sort of attempt to reproduce for a different land use type what the project applicant did, and I believe they're table 3 in their air quality exhibit, showing which individual pollutants would exceed the SQER values and by how much for a different land use type that has a higher impact than industrial park.
Okay, and so the on-site vehicle emissions, can you explain what that includes and excludes?
The on-site vehicle emissions idling includes the diesel trucks operating for 20 minutes per truck for I want to say 711 trucks per day that would be visiting the facility.
Okay, does it include any travel around the site?
I mean, technically idling is defined as less than 5 miles per hour. So one could assume that that is included in that. Yes.
Okay, and what do the cells highlighted in pinkish red reflect?
Those indicate where the SQER values are above the where the emissions rates exceed the SQER thresholds.
What conclusions can you draw about the project's air impacts based on this analysis?
That there are 10 pollutants that exceed the SQERs that would merit potential modeling for on-site and off-site emissions or on-site and off-site concentrations in order to see whether they exceed the ASILs, and that the total project impacts are potentially significant.
Okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think we have time to do one more section and then break after that. Okay,
Still have 3 minutes.
great. In that case, let's look at stipulated exhibit C1, specifically page 4. I want to ask you about the MDNS, the conclusions in the MDNS regarding the project's air impacts. And so that highlighted paragraph, can you read that to us, please?
Sure. Do you want it enhanced?
Do you, I think the question is if you would like it enhanced.
My eyes are good enough. I'm just not sure
Oh,
about everybody
okay.
else's. All right.
I can see it as well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, are you?
I'm good at this magnification. It's fine.
All right. Operation. Vehicle emissions were analyzed by the applicant, see exhibits J through K, for impacts of the surrounding area based on assumptions about diesel vehicles and routes of travel, both for the construction and operations phases of the project. Modeling based on weather patterns for the area and assumed truck traffic show that on-site diesel particulate matter, DPM, impacts are greatest within a few hundred feet of the site. And at those locations, the DPM is likely not to be significant if truck idling on-site is minimized and circulation is designed for efficient movement of trucks. Emissions from vehicles off-site was found to be insignificant in terms of established thresholds.
And what I want to ask you about is that last sentence, emissions from vehicles off-site was found to be insignificant in terms of established thresholds. Do you agree with that statement?
No.
Why not?
The emissions from vehicles off-site was 500 times higher than the vehicle's emissions on-site. And so if the vehicle emissions on-site were well, they're certainly higher. And so, and then they also did not compare them to the ASILs at all. There was no concentration modeling. So it is impossible for them to have established that they were below established thresholds.
Okay, and understanding that sometimes reasonable minds can disagree about significance, that there might be some subjectivity there. Is there anything in the air quality study that could be interpreted as supporting the conclusion that emissions from vehicles off-site were found to be insignificant in terms of established thresholds?
I did not see any analysis that I would consider established that they were insignificant. They did not compare it to the ASIL thresholds, and the SQERs were significantly above threshold. So it's not clear to me how that statement is supported.
Okay, I think we can break here if that works for Mr. Hearing Examiner.
It does. We're close enough to 10:30. It's 10:29. Well, it just turned 10:30. So we will break here. We will continue with questioning of Dr. McCarthy here when we get back at 10:40. So until 10:40, we will be in break.
Are we ready to proceed?
We need to get Mr. Victor back first. I don't see him yet on the screen, so need to get all the party representatives back at a minimum. If our observers take longer breaks, good for them. The rest of you, the party people have to be at the party. There we go. I think we're ready now.
Okay. Dr. McCarthy, let's look at the greenhouse gas emissions tab of your spreadsheet that's stipulated Exhibit A19. First, can you explain why a project's greenhouse gas emissions matter?
Sure. Greenhouse gas emissions contribute to climate change, and we are currently going through some significant global heat waves. I believe June was the hottest June on record, with a number of excursions from temperature norms that go well off the chart in terms of global average surface sea temperatures and other measures of climate.
Did TRC quantify greenhouse gas emissions from the Bridge Industrial Project?
Yes,
And does the gray row in this tab of the spreadsheet reflect TRC's calculations?
I believe so.
All right. What sources of greenhouse gas emissions from the project did TRC include in its analysis?
They included emissions from the heaters, from diesel idling, from diesel offsite emissions, from gasoline offsite emissions, and from electricity usage.
And which of those sources of greenhouse gas emissions is the most significant?
Diesel offsite emissions.
And did you perform your own calculation of the project's greenhouse gas emissions?
I did.
How does your analysis differ from TRC's?
It incorporates the different land use types. It also incorporates assumptions about vehicle trip distances and operations activity that is higher than assumed by Bridge Industrial. It also includes emissions from the construction phase, laying the concrete foundation. And it also includes the different trip rates that are associated with the different land use categories.
Okay, and I see that there are two rows for, oh no, I'm sorry. There's an asterisk next to cold storage warehouse. Can you explain what it went into those calculations?
Right, for that one, again, this is the assumption that the transportation refrigeration units are going to be emitting higher rates of diesel due to the trailers, diesel generators.
Okay. And it looks like the electricity usage assumption is different for that row as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. The refrigeration of the building would require significantly higher electricity usage.
Okay, and where did that number come from?
That came from the same eSource website that TRC relied on for the non-cold storage warehouse electricity usage.
And how do your calculations of greenhouse gas emissions compare to TRC's?
They are higher.
Can you tell us roughly how much higher?
It would depend on the land use, but in every case, the emissions that I calculate are higher. In the best case scenario, it's only a factor of, say, 30% higher. And the worst case scenario, it could be a factor of 5 higher, so 500%.
How would you assess the significance of the greenhouse gas emissions from this project?
I would say they are significant.
Okay, do you want to elaborate on that at all?
Tens of thousands of tons of CO2 per year are a large project. There is, I mean, there are gigatons of carbon dioxide being emitted into the atmosphere every year, and each individual project needs to do its share to reduce its emissions rates in order to have a cumulative effect that's going to slow the rate of growth of CO2. And this project is a very large project, and there has been, well, I think that is a significant number when we're talking about tens of thousands of metric tons of CO2 per year.
Okay, let's talk about mitigation. Let's look at the MDNS mitigation measures section on traffic conditions. This is stipulated exhibit C1, pages 14 to 16. And while we're pulling that up, Dr. McCarthy, are you familiar with the mitigation conditions in the MDNS pertaining to traffic impacts?
Yes.
Can you summarize briefly how the MDNS deals with traffic mitigation?
The traffic conditions require I'm not sure if it's the tenant or the applicant or the landlord. I'm not 100% exactly sure who has to identify at 50% and 75% occupancy what the tenants of the buildings are and whether their land use category is consistent with industrial park or the higher use categories. And then if it does, it may require further traffic monitoring studies or to understand whether additional level of service improvements may be needed in the general vicinity.
Okay, so if the tenants are consistent with industrial park, cold storage, transload, or fulfillment center non-sort, is anything required by the MDNS mitigation measures?
If you'd have to scroll down to the next page, I think. That is correct. I think under bullet 2.
I don't think I asked a yes or no question.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Go ahead and ask the question again then.
I can though. So is anything else required if the tenants are consistent with industrial park, cold storage, transload, or fulfillment center non-sort?
No further action shall be required.
Okay. And so you mentioned that if the tenants are parcel hub or fulfillment center sort, there would be additional study. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And ultimately, assuming traffic exceeds the estimated traffic levels projected by Transportation Engineering Northwest, I believe you said there would be level of service mitigation?
Potentially.
Can you explain what that means?
That could be intersection improvements. If you scroll down, I believe it says additional traffic analysis. Yeah, so they shall work with us to establish a scope of work for the additional traffic analysis. It may include weekday PM peak hour level of service analysis, summary of all the 11 signalized study intersections. Then additional intersection mitigation to improve the level of service F to LOSE may be required.
Okay. Will any of the mitigation conditions in this section prevent the vehicle traffic associated with the project from exceeding the levels estimated by Transportation Engineering Northwest?
No.
Okay, next I'd like to show you an excerpt from Exhibit A32, which is a Knutson Farms Declaration of Restrictive Covenant for an industrial park project in Pierce County. Have you reviewed that document?
And we object to testimony based on this document. This is a different project, and it is there's no basis that has been laid for why this may be relevant to our project.
So with that objection pending, can you tell me, Ms. Tech Cooper, what the relevance of this is, other than just, I mean, I assume you're going to say, here's a restrictive covenant that's on another piece of property on an industrial development, and compare it to what's being proposed through the MDNS here. Is that what's going to happen with this?
Yeah, basically, broadly speaking, yes. I think it's helpful to understand the conditions, how the conditions in the MDNS compare to alternatives.
And again, you know, Ms. Kaler's objection is noted that it has nothing to do with this particular property or this site, other than just we're gonna go and we're gonna compare. So I'll let it in for that limited purpose. Let's make the comparison fairly quick and not dwell on this, because
Mr. Examiner, I apologize, but from the city's perspective, we also have an objection, and I'd like to state it a little differently.
please.
Restrictions on use of property are arrived at many, many different ways.
I am aware.
We have no foundation for how the restrictions represented in this document were arrived at and whether that has any relevance whatsoever to the issue before the examiner.
And my guess is that the appellant through this witness is going to try to show that there were different restrictions placed on here and why those may be pertinent to the situation at the subject site. To that extent, if that is done, hint, hint, it may be helpful to me in the event that I'm considering modifying mitigation measures, adding things to it. So I'm going to let it in for that purpose. Both the applicant and the city may renew objections if they think we're getting afield from what I've said. This document may be helpful to me for. So with that said, Ms. Tack Cooper, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. So in paragraph C, this document explains that the purpose of this restrictive covenant is to, quote, 1, strictly prohibit high cube fulfillment center warehouse sort, ITE land use code 155.
Well, hang on just a second though.
Yeah.
For my own purposes, I need a little bit more background on this document. Okay, because we're getting into the recitals here, but we've got a declarant, Knutson Farms Industrial Park. Was that a seller of this property wanting to put this declaration on it as part of a transaction and conveying it into different ownership?
So do you want, we can pull up a different part of it if you'd like. I was trying to keep it tight and lead right into the question about how it compares to how particular provisions.
A little context is helpful for me anyway.
Ms. Brechtel, can we please open up the full version of this document? A32. Let's look at the cover.
You know what, I'm tempted to just cut to the chase on this at this point and say that A32 can be admitted, and I'll take my own look at it. I don't need a whole lot of testimony about it. I've drafted these things before in my past life, so I'm very familiar with what they are, what they do, and how they come into being.
Okay.
I can, I even know Bill Lynn, who drafted this one apparently from the return address on the recording spot. So if there's something just burningly relevant from the appellant's standpoint, I might entertain some additional testimony. And if you want to direct me to the places where the restrictions that you think would be relevant to this particular project are, let's do that. But having this witness testify about this, unless you're going to testify that he had some role in this document and producing it, or at a bare minimum testifying as to how he's familiar with it, other than just having read it.
Yeah. So
let's move along really quickly on this one, and I'll say it's going to be admitted, just for reference purposes, for me to take a look at what was done there.
Yeah.
And Mr. McCarthy can testify why he thinks that might be important here at this site, but let's be brief with it and move along with this document.
Okay, so the plan was to focus on pages 2 to 5 that can contain restrictions aimed at strictly prohibiting high cube fulfillment center warehouse sort and high cube parcel hub warehouse uses. under the definitions in the ITE trip generation manual 11th and limiting vehicle trips to a level consistent with the industrial park use.
So,
My
so
question for
hold on. Let me just ask one more question, but for purposes of context. And if you know, that's great. And if you don't know, that's fine too. Like I said yesterday, if you don't know, that's the right answer. Did a governmental regulatory agency have any hand in dictating the restrictions that you're going to talk about here now? Or was this something that was done between a buyer and seller, if you know?
I do not know the exact details about how this came to be. I can read the grantor and grantee names on the first page, which is why I was going back to that one.
I'll do that on my own. That's fine.
Right. Okay.
And I know I did send you down that path, so that's, again, fine. But let's.
Dr. McCarthy, what I wanted to ask you is if you can explain the differences between how the Bridge Industrial MDNS dealt with traffic mitigation if the site is used as a fulfillment center or a parcel hub, and how this restrictive covenant for Knutson Farms deals with mitigation of those impacts.
Yes, if you go to the next page. There was a monitoring agreement that had, I believe, cameras, not tube counts, specifically to monitor the traffic in and out of the site. And then they had a specific quantitative number of how many average trip counts would be allowed. And then if they exceeded that, there was a standard plan to either pay impact fees for excess traffic, or to mitigate the traffic through on-site, changes in activity.
Okay. Let's turn to the MDNS mitigation measures section on air quality and greenhouse gases. This is page 13 of stipulated exhibit C1.
Well, while we're turning to that, I will just note for purposes of the record, the Knutson Farms covenant will be admitted and made part of the record over objections, as noted, but for everyone's sake, it's going to be limited to some of the purposes that I talked about in my diatribe there about considering whether it was going to be coming in or not. So.
Sure. Dr. McCarthy, can you tell us what mitigation the MDNS requires for air quality and greenhouse gas emissions?
Yes, so they are listed in section 1 here. A is construction equipment shall meet tier 4 standards, which is a type of exhaust emission standard for construction equipment. This is implemented in about 2014. Unless such equipment is not reasonably available, and I don't know what the guidelines for that are. They shall water their dust so that they don't have fugitive dust emissions during the grading and construction phase, and that's standard practice. The project site will have signs that say no idling, although I don't see anything here about how it's enforced. And then current permits and the environmental review say that gas heat may or may not be allowed depending on how it's vested, and that's dependent on the exact buildings that are built. And again, it's not clear whether that will or will not be enforced.
In your opinion, will these mitigation conditions in the MDNS adequately mitigate the project's air, climate, and health impacts?
No, this has no effect on any of the offsite operational emissions, which are 98.5% or more of the total emissions from the project.
Okay. Next, I'd like to show you Exhibit A33, which is a settlement agreement for the World Logistics Center. While we're pulling that up, are you familiar with that?
And Mr. Examiner, once again, I am going to object. Not only is this, I think this is even farther afield than the Knutson Farms recorded covenant. One, this is a settlement agreement. By definition, that is something entered into voluntarily by the parties and does not reflect a governmental agency imposition of a condition. Two, This is from the city of Moreno Valley, California, not in the state of Washington. Number 3, if we do get into discussing the actual document, the project itself was vastly larger than this project, and I don't believe comparable. I don't think this has any probative value at all, and in fact is prejudicial because of all of those things that I mentioned. Mr. Examiner, in my opening statement, I did refer to the appellants trying to import standards from the state of California. This is certainly one example of that.
And Mr. Examiner, same objection from the city. There is absolutely no nexus as to whether this has any relevance to Washington State SEPA review, to the rules that govern our ability to impose mitigation as a city under Washington state law. If the question is, can various kinds of restrictions be placed on various kinds of property in various ways, we'll stipulate to that they absolutely can. But the question is, what is the relevance to the matter before the examiner? I don't see any whatsoever. That's the objection.
So I understand the objections. I'm going to treat this similarly to what we just did with the Knutson Farm covenants. What I would like for the appellants to do at this point, well, let me voir dire here a little bit. Mr. McCarthy, if you'd unmute your mic, please. Did you have a role in this document, in this settlement agreement, and in propounding or negotiating or coming up with the conditions that are in here that I presume the appellant is going to have you testify to if allowed to do so?
I was not involved in crafting the settlement agreement or in its creation.
All right. So we're not going to take any testimony from you on it. I'm upholding the objections in large part. What I would like for the appellant to do, like you did with the Knutson Farms, if you can direct me to some pages that you think might be relevant in the document that you think are more appropriate mitigation conditions, please do that. And I will take a look at it, and it'll be admitted for that purpose and that purpose alone, and the document can speak for itself.
Okay, in that case, we would
apologies, Mr. Examiner. If the document is admitted, we do have some cross-examination about why these conditions may or may not be relevant. I guess if we're going to have post-hearing briefing, we could certainly.
You can argue that in your post-hearing briefing. I'm not sure how you're going to. I mean, because I'm assuming Ms. Tack Cooper didn't have any involvement in this settlement agreement either, other than finding it and thinking it was great to throw into the mix here. Is that correct?
I was not involved in the settlement agreement. That's correct.
Yeah. So you can ask her all you want about it, and she's not going to know, other than what the document says on its face. None of us here are going to know that beyond that. So again, for the purpose of, I'm presuming, and again, you know, the appellant can correct me if I'm wrong. The appellant's throwing this document out because they think that the city of Tacoma should have done something more like what's in the document. That's a given, right, Ms. Tack Cooper?
Yes, and I would direct you to PDF pages 22 to 26 for the relevant provisions.
22 to 26. And I'll take a look at it. But, you know, at best, this is sort of in the category of persuasive authority. As has been noted, it's from a different jurisdiction. It's from, you know, it's just something that I guess somebody found somewhere and brought to Earth Justice's attention. And so you brought it in because you thought the city should have done something more like this than what it did. And I understand that. There's the basis for it coming in, and I'll take a look at it. I already took a look at it on the way to the hearing, but I will look at it under that context again on the way to making my decision. Other than that, the applicant and the city's objections are sustained. And, let's keep moving.
All right, next let's take a look at stipulated exhibit C28. We're going to look at pages 14 to 17 of this stipulated exhibit, which is agency comments. And in this portion of it is the US EPA's September 16th, 2022 letter to the city of Tacoma about the SEPA review for this project. And Dr. McCarthy, if we can go to the next page, Ms. Brechtel, please. Dr. McCarthy, I would like to direct you to the third and fourth bullet points here. Can you read? Let's start with the third, please.
Sure. Is that big enough for everyone? Yes. Okay. Ensure the above analyses include off-site mobile source air emissions of vehicles and trucks along likely corridors to and from the facility from both the construction and operations of the project with respect to criteria, air pollutants, and air toxics, including diesel particulate matter emissions. When assessing these impacts, in addition to residential communities by the project site and along corridors to the site, consider sensitive receptors and vulnerable populations such as communities with environmental justice concerns, EJ.
Mr. Examiner, I will object to the extent that this testimony relates to concerns regarding equity and social policy, which have been excluded. The term environmental justice does encompass those considerations and is not specifically a SEPA issue.
And
Same
then-
objection.
And this is a stipulated exhibit.
We're having testimony about it, and the fact that all of the comments from everyone were stipulated doesn't bring equity into this appeal as an appropriate appeal issue.
I have not and do not intend to ask Dr. McCarthy about equity.
Now, let's wait and see what the testimony is before we get too uptight about it, given that it's a stipulated exhibit at this point. I understand the concern. We'll see where we go.
Dr. McCarthy, I believe you were at the sentence that starts when assessing these impacts.
Sure. We'll go with park recreational users, schools, daycare, seniors, nursing homes, hospitals, and other healthcare facilities. The air quality analysis states that health-related risks associated with diesel exhaust emissions were not modeled since the most serious health impacts are related to long-term exposure. Providing a diesel exhaust emissions analysis of long-term increased truck traffic and its impact on the surrounding communities will be helpful. Community will be helpful.
Okay. Is there anything in the record that you've reviewed that reflects the applicant or the city conducting the EPA's recommended analysis of the impact of off-site vehicle emissions on sensitive receptors and vulnerable populations along corridors to the site?
No.
Okay, can you read the next bullet point, please? Begin to identify appropriate.
Identify appropriate mitigation measures and best management practices to reduce emissions and comply with federal and state air quality regulations. One resource that may be helpful in identifying mitigation measures and best management practices is the Warehouse Project's Best Practices and Mitigation Measures to Comply with the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, are you familiar with the Warehouse Project's Best Practices and Mitigation Measures document referenced in the EPA's letter to the city of Tacoma?
I am.
What is that document?
That document is a guidance document to jurisdictions in California suggesting possible mitigation measures to reduce, avoid, and compensate for air quality impacts associated with warehouse projects.
And where do those?
Hang on. Let me interject with a question here before we keep going on this. So is this document then, this document is EPA comments on this specific site, this specific project, correct? Did the parties all agree on that?
Yes.
And so in effect, this is EPA, federal agency commenting on this particular site, this particular project, referencing a document from California saying that looking at that and the best management practices in that California document may be helpful and applicable to this Washington location and Washington project. Is that a fair characterization of what the comment from EPA is saying?
Mr. Examiner, I believe you're anticipating the objection that I will be making when this document, which is in appellant's exhibits, is offered. regardless of what this federal agency commented on.
Well,
this
but
project.
answer my question first, though. Okay, did
Uh,
I characterize what EPA is saying here correctly? Are we all reading it that way? Whether EPA should have done that, whether they were out of bounds to do it, whether it was appropriate or not, that can come with your objection here in a moment, Ms. Kaler. But answer my question first. Is that a fair characterization of what we think EPA is saying?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe so.
What do you think it's saying then?
What EPA says is this is a resource, quote unquote, that may be helpful. I do not believe that EPA is opining on the city's scope of authority under SEPA.
Well, I never said that.
I simply don't believe that EPA is also opining on what may be relevant in a SEPA appeal. I think it's quite clear that they are not really thinking about legal parameters at all, which of course we do need to think about in this appeal hearing. So I think the statement may be helpful.
And that's all I said in my characterization of what it was.
I agree that,
so
yes, that is what
so
EPA is.
that's what it is. To put it in another way, EPA is throwing this out in its comments as just saying, here's this resource that may be helpful in looking at best management practices for reducing emissions and complying with federal and state air quality regulations for this project. It's just throwing it out saying, here it is for what it's worth. Fair enough? I mean, nothing in the way I characterize that said EPA is throwing this at the city of Tacoma and saying, thou shalt in regard to anything.
Agreed.
So I just wanted to make sure that that's how we're understanding this before we continue with any questioning on it, because I think we're going to continue to be having some bumping here on this one and some friction. But I think we're all on the same page. Ms. Tack Cooper, go ahead and continue with your question.
Okay, thank you. And I would also point out the language at the top of this page that says EPA recommends the final SEPA document for the proposed project. And then all of these are bullet points under that first part of the sentence there.
They are indeed.
So Dr. McCarthy, you said you're familiar with the warehouse project's best practices document referenced here by the EPA. Where do the mitigation measures in that document come from?
Where do the mitigation measures come from? They come from real world examples of projects that have implemented those mitigation measures.
So that the mitigation measures have all actually been implemented.
They are all feasible.
Okay.
And all in California too, correct?
I mean, I cannot comment on whether all of them have been applied in other jurisdictions, but there are examples of them being feasible warehouse mitigation measures somewhere.
Well, it's a California document, correct?
Sure, but they can say it's a feasible mitigation measure if it's applied somewhere else, I think.
But you don't know for certain.
I don't know for certain where all of the individual mitigation measures are applied. No.
All right, fine.
Let's pull up Exhibit A31. I want to ask you, Dr. McCarthy, if this is the referenced California document.
Yes.
Okay. And let's look at some of the measures to mitigate air quality and greenhouse gas impacts from operation on page 7, please, Ms. Brechtel.
And Mr. Examiner, I will once again object. Under SEPA, the city's authority is strictly limited in terms of its ability to provide mitigation. Not only do significant adverse impacts have to be identified in an environmental document, but the mitigation must be based on a substantive SEPA standard that is formally adopted by the agency as a basis of the exercise of its substantive SEPA authority. It's a requirement of the wax. I believe it's 197 and 11060. I would need to double check. This document has not been adopted by the city as a basis for the exercise of its substantive SEPA authority. The city is legally prohibited from imposing SEPA mitigation based on this document, and it should not be admitted in this case.
So with that objection pending on the table, I'm going to voir dire here for just a minute. Mr. McCarthy, did you have any hand in producing this document?
No.
So your only familiarity with it is having been provided it and having read it. Is that correct?
I read this. I'm aware of this prior to this particular hearing. So
that's fine.
That being said,
So,
but I do not have any, like, the specific mitigation measures are not something that I came up with, and I would say that these are not. This is a 2-year-old letter, so it's not even up to date in terms of what current feasible mitigation measures are.
okay. Are you aware of any of the mitigation measures in here that you were planning on testifying to, I assume through witness preparation with the appellant's counsel, being applied in Washington to warehouse projects?
I do not.
So we're going to treat this the same way. I'm going to admit it, and it'll be in the record, essentially as you know, sort of persuasive authority of some sort from the appellants saying, gee, Tacoma should have done something more like this. But noting, for purposes of the record here, Ms. Kaler's points are well taken. And this takes us back again to some of the things that were discussed in my decision on the pre-hearing motion. I am a hearing examiner, lowest of the low in terms of decision makers, not a superior court judge. I'm very limited in my jurisdiction what I can and cannot do. And what I do is I take the facts that are proven based on whatever burden of proof is applicable in any given hearing. And I apply those with the law that is applicable in the city of Tacoma. And that is all. That's all I can do. And to do any more than that would be ultra virus for me. So with that noted, this exhibit will be admitted for that limited purpose again that I talked about, of just being offered as, you know, persuasive. Hey, here's other stuff that are mitigation measures. But given that Mr. McCarthy had no hand in producing this, is not aware of any of these particular conditions.
For Catherine or for Bobby.
Whoever's talking and audible on the screen right now, I don't have the moment to hunch up because I'm in the middle of another of my diatribes. You need to turn your mic off, please. Thank you. It'll be admitted for that limited purpose, but given that Mr. McCarthy, it's not his document, his only experience is having read it and being familiar with it, doesn't know whether any of these things have ever been applied in Washington State, we're not going to take testimony on it.
That's
So
fine. And we would direct you to pages 7 to 9 of this for the measures to mitigate.
Hang on. I'm getting interference here from somebody who's not muted, so hang on just a moment. All right, I guess I turned it off. Go ahead, Ms. Tack Cooper. What pages again?
7 to 9 contain the measures to mitigate air quality and greenhouse gas impacts, and we will happily address in post-hearing briefing why the mitigation measures in this are consistent with the city's SEPA plans, which are the One Tacoma plan, sections of which are exempted in the MD&S and are elsewhere in exhibits. So Dr. McCarthy, is there anything I forgot to ask you about today that you'd like to address?
Possibly, yes. I would state that we didn't talk about on-site equipment at all as part of operational emissions, like forklifts and off-yard hostlers or yard goats, they're sometimes called, that move around trailers and things like that. Those can be diesel or they can be other zero emissions vehicles. And so that is a source of emissions that is not included. We don't include anything on brake and tire wear, which are becoming a more important source of emissions from vehicles as they become cleaner. Brakes, especially from the heavier battery electric vehicles, are actually expected to be higher emissions. And so that's metals, which are toxic, and they are in the near road environment as well. And then the microplastics from tires. I'd also like to note, just for the record, that the World Logistics Center is 6 miles from my house. And and I was the person who pointed out the settlement agreement to Ms. Hooper, Ms. Tack Hooper, just because I think it is what I've heard the gold standard. So those are my things that I remember.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'd like you to look at appellant's exhibit list. And I'd like you to just review what's been marked as exhibits A21 through A28, I believe it is, and tell us whether these are sources that you reviewed as part of your technical analysis in this case.
I reviewed exhibits A21, A22, A23, A24, A25, A26, A27, and A28.
Okay. In that case, we would move into evidence those exhibits A21 through A28.
And Mr. Examiner, we do have objections. The witness has not specifically talked about any of these except, I believe, A24. We don't believe that the testimony supports the admission of these documents. We need to have some reasonable understanding of why the witness thinks that these are important and what parts of them he thinks are important in order to respond. Exhibit A23 is 87 pages. I have no idea what part he relied on. Exhibit A24 is 45 pages. I believe he did testify about what he relied on there, so I'm not objecting to that one. Exhibit A28 is 80 pages. Similarly, not quite sure what he thought was relevant there. I will say exhibit A25 is a rule recently adopted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. We'll note for the record, we are not in the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I would like to ask the witness a couple questions about that since it did factor into his analysis though. So I am objecting to the admission of that to the extent that that is being represented as anything that would be binding in the city of Tacoma. And based on that, I would object just to the limited degree noted.
Yeah, I mean, to this point, these exhibits haven't been represented as being anything really. It's just, you know, I mean, Ms. Tack Hooper, I've never had somebody in my hearing room have a bunch of exhibits that really haven't been referred to in testimony at all. And then you just ask the witness if they've read them and are familiar with them and then try to get them into the record.
So if they're all cited in Dr. McCarthy's summary of technical analysis, which is a stipulated exhibit, I don't especially care if they come into evidence. They're all cited in there. They're also all online and you can pull them up if you'd like to look at them. We
well, I mean, I've got them all in any event
to have the underlying
sources.
But they are all cited in there explaining in what way he relied on them.
So let's do this. His summary that references these documents is already stipulated and admitted.
It is, yes.
These documents will be, I'm inclined, and I'll hear from the respondents again, but I'm inclined to admit them just for purposes of being available for me in the when I'm fully in my decision-making process and I'm writing, to look at for the references that are made in the summary and for no other purpose. I'm certainly, I'm certainly not, you know, whatever adjective you want to throw in there, enough to look at something that's from another jurisdiction and go, oh my gosh, this is binding here in Tacoma. I know better than that. So, you know, you'll have to trust me on that one. But that's what I'm inclined to do, is to say these are admitted for the limited purpose of if I need to reference something that is in that summary, I can take a quick look and just provide more context for whatever the statement was that cited to the particular document.
And Mr. Examiner, we wouldn't object to the admission for that purpose. I will note that more than once in prior hearings, we have and I have consented to the admission of lengthy documents for a particular purpose, and then they show up being used for a different purpose or different portions of them in a closing brief, when I have no opportunity to respond at that point and no opportunity to put in witness testimony responding to that point. Similarly, I've had those same things quoted back in different ways in Superior Court briefings on appeal. So that's my concern about just kind of wholesale dumping things into the record without any explanation about why they're relevant.
These limitations will be referenced in my decision, so that if there's further review beyond this, whoever is doing that will know that it was limited for that purpose. And I understand the concern. I get that. I have seen that kind of thing before too. And I will tell you from this vantage point that I occupy now, if a party were to do that, I can tell you it's not going to earn any points with me. In fact, the contrary is true, because if I put a limitation on something like that and it's disregarded, you're not helping yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I understand the concern, Ms. Kaler. I've seen that sort of thing too. I really hope I won't see it on this one. Mr. Victor, did you need to weigh in on this at this point?
Mr. Examiner, I think the conversation is complete without me.
All right, then. Ms. Tack Cooper, back to you. We're still
Okay.
examining this witness.
In that case, I think there's just one exhibit I failed to move in, which is exhibit A30, Transportation Engineering Northwest's first traffic study. So at this time, I would move for the admission of exhibit A30.
No objection.
All right, silence from the city I'll take as complicity, and A30 will be admitted and made part of the record.
And I have nothing further for Dr. McCarthy.
All right, so it is 11:28. We've got 32 minutes before we break for lunch. That should give some time to get going into cross-examination, even if we don't conclude. I presume that the applicant is going to take first crack at that. And Ms. Kaler, I presume that will be you, since you're who we've got on the screen. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so cross-examination then. Dr. McCarthy, go ahead.
Good morning. Still, just barely. Dr. McCarthy, I'm Courtney Kaler. I am one of the attorneys representing the applicant. And I think we've had you on the stand here since 9:15 this morning. So we've covered a lot of ground. I will try not to make this too lengthy, but I do have a few questions for you. First, going way back to the beginning of your testimony, casting our minds back to this morning. You're currently located in California, correct?
Yes,
Have you visited the project site in Tacoma?
no,
Have you visited the city of Tacoma?
no,
In reviewing your qualifications, I just wanted to ask you a few things about those. Are you an engineer?
I am not.
And encompassed in that, I would assume you're not a traffic engineer.
No, I am not a traffic engineer.
Similarly, not an architect, correct?
I am not an architect.
Do you have any experience designing warehouses?
I do not.
Other than what you presented in exhibits A18 to A20, those are your technical calculations and summaries. Have you done any independent quantitative analysis of traffic impacts of this project?
No. Not directly, no.
And so for this project, you did not perform a full traffic impact assessment, did you? And I'll just define what I mean by that. I mean a assessment that includes existing conditions, trip generation, trip distribution, and calculation of effects on level of service. Have you done that for this project?
I did not.
Have you done that for any project?
I have not.
Have you performed traffic modeling for this project using the Synchro or any other traffic modeling software?
No.
Have you done that for any project?
No.
Other than those exhibits that I mentioned before, which are your analysis that we've talked about, exhibits A18 to A20, have you done any independent quantitative analysis of air quality impacts of this project?
Other than the exhibits that were displayed?
That's correct.
No.
So Dr. McCarthy, you talked a little bit about your past work history. And you were with a firm in Northern California through 2021, correct?
Yes.
You summarized a few of the different projects that you worked on. As part of that work, did you evaluate air quality impacts from industrial projects?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you do any work in the state of Washington?
Yes.
When was that?
A couple of projects in the Lewiston, Clarkston area, in addition to some wildfire smoke analyses.
Okay. And what kinds of projects were those in Lewiston, Clarkston?
That was characterizing the air toxic emissions from a pulp and paper mill. The source apportionment, there was some what's called health risk assessment for the toxics from that plant and from other sources, trying to characterize what the sources of health risk were in that area.
And how long ago was that?
Well, the first project was in, I believe, 2009, and then I did another one last year.
And is that the extent of your work in the state of Washington?
It depends. I've done some national scale studies for the US EPA. I've done characterizing the chronic health risk for all sites in the entire US. And so that includes the state of Washington. So all of those studies would probably count. And I did that, I don't know, 10 years ago, 20 years, no, 2003 through 2008. The national scale analyses were done. And then I also have done a number of model validation exercises for the National Air Toxics Assessment, where I characterize basically help to validate the model that's used to estimate health risks nationally and saying whether it's right or wrong for different pollutants.
And so let me clarify my question. Have you done any work on development projects in the state of Washington, other than the pulp and paper mill that you mentioned?
Well, technically the pulp and paper mill was in Idaho, but there were monitoring sites in Washington to identify its impact. So, but it wasn't a development project. The pulp and paper mill was already there.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate that clarification. So have you done then any work on development projects in the state of Washington, other than, of course, what you're doing as part of this project?
I don't think so, depending on how you characterize a development project.
And just to clarify what I mean about development project, I mean something being physically constructed that is being reviewed by a government agency.
Right. No, I have not done that.
I have a question to ask you about exhibits, but I will ask you those all in one group so that I can stay organized on that. In your discussion of the different ITE trip categories, you referred on several occasions, you referred to information contained project descriptions or descriptions of categories contained in the ITE manual. Is that the basis for your opinion about what this project might be?
So I'm not 100% sure what your question is referring to, whether it was the sources that were used to generate the trip rates within the industrial transportation engineer books, or whether you're asking about the descriptions of the land uses themselves within the categories that we reviewed.
Let me be more specific in my question. Your testimony was that as I understood it, please correct me if I'm not stating it correctly, that for purposes of determining the ITE category of trip generation, so those different numbers, 130 and higher, you were looking at certain descriptions in the ITE manual, and I believe, just for reference, that you referred to Exhibit B. Get the exact, no, here we go. Exhibit B23, I believe, and B24. Is your opinion based on those descriptions that you referenced in the ITE manual?
So there's you still use the term references. So when I say the references, there were like numbers at the bottom of the page that said what the sources of the individual studies were. And so I did go in and look at the sources that were used to generate that figure that we showed on Exhibit B24. But I also reviewed Exhibit B23 and B24 independently. So those are references as well as the references of the references, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So you referred to the ITE manual and some of the studies that were contained in those in the.
That's
ITE.
correct.
Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Were there any other sources of information that you relied on in order to make render that opinion?
Which opinion?
The opinion that the project may contain a use other than the industrial park use that's identified as ITE category 130.
Yes, the high cube warehouse study by the South Coast Air Quality Management District, which is a source of the individual like land use description. It is a source within the ITE, has a table 2 in its 2016 reference that describes the different high cube warehouse land use categories and the dock door to square footage ratios, the trailer parking to dock door ratios. All of those numbers are based on that table's description.
Okay. And so other than that source, were there any other sources that you relied on to form the opinion about the ITE trip generation category that would be appropriate for this project?
The architectural exhibits that we discussed, I think were which had all of those characteristics of the buildings themselves. And then just having looked at thousands and thousands of warehouse parcels as part of my work building the warehouse dashboard.
And that warehouse dashboard was exclusively limited to Southern California, correct?
That dashboard, that open data product, yes, is exclusively warehouse parcels in Southern California, but I have developed prototype dashboards for other regions.
Okay. You said you had looked at well, actually, I don't think I need to ask a follow-up on that one. I'd like to share my screen here and show you one of the exhibits that you discussed. I am showing you what has been identified as stipulated exhibit C3, the architectural site plan for the project. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. I am pointing at my cursor at notches that exist in the corners of each of the buildings. Do you know what those notches are?
I could not say.
Okay. Turning to exhibit C5, stipulated exhibit C5, the building elevations. Looking at the top row, west elevation, do you see on the right-hand side of that row that there is a portion of the building that does not contain dock doors? Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Would I could speculate, but I would not know with certainty.
Later in your testimony, you gave some testimony about the geographic location of this project near the port of Tacoma in relation to your opinion about what use might be made of the project. Is it your testimony that there are no warehouses near the port of Tacoma that would fall within the ITE Trip Generation 130 category?
Objection. That mischaracterizes the testimony.
I'm simply asking what his I'm not saying he said that. I'm asking it. If I'm asking him, is that his testimony? Is that
Yeah, that's how I heard the question too. So let's go ahead and answer the question. Objection overruled.
Could you repeat the question then?
Certainly. Is it your opinion that there are no warehouses that fall within the ITE 130 trip generation category that are near the port of Tacoma?
That is not my opinion.
Is it possible that this project could be used for the uses that are encompassed in the ITE 130 trip generation category?
The industrial park 130 ITE land use category is a very broad category, so it can encompass lots of different types of projects. The question is whether it is the most appropriate, and I don't think that is the case. And it is the most conservative, and that is also not the case.
And so my question was whether it's possible. Is it possible that this project will be used for the uses that are encompassed in the ITE trip generation category 130?
Yes.
Well, and let me interject then with a question, if you'll allow me, Ms. Kaler.
Of course.
Dr. McCarthy, you have no idea what this is going to ultimately be used for at this point, because as I pointed out when I was having a problem with tenses that were being used in testimony, there are no buildings at this point. There are no tenants, there are no users. So nobody knows at this point, I think, what the buildings that may get built or may not get built are going to ultimately be used for. Isn't that fair?
I believe the buildings are speculative, so I would agree with that characterization.
Along with the uses, because we don't know. They aren't built yet, they aren't being used yet.
That is correct. I think that it is a speculative warehouse, and therefore to have a conservative assumption, you should assume worst case. So that is my testimony.
So the question started out about your opinion on things. That's your opinion that's what the city should have done. I mean, I got that from the testimony. So thank you for answering my question. Thank you for indulging it, Ms. Kaler. You may return to your class.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. So following up on the examiner's question, I understand your opinion to be that a worst case scenario should have been analyzed. So I will ask you, going back to this list of qualifications, you're not a lawyer, correct?
I am not a lawyer.
Do you have any experience reviewing projects under the Washington State Environmental Policy Act, or SEPA?
No.
Okay. So if I understand your testimony correctly, then your opinion about a worst case scenario being required here, that's not based on any knowledge of the State Environmental Policy Act or any professional practice relating to the State Environmental Policy Act, correct?
I would not characterize it that way, because the air quality appendix was specifically saying conservative assumptions for emissions. And I do have plenty of experience in reviewing those sorts of documents, which, while the rules that guide what rules are applicable are different, what is a conservative assumption is a scientific or engineering thing, and it is not a at least I don't think, and that's what I think I testified to, is that it was a scientific and engineering assessment of what is a conservative estimate, not a legal. I was not trying to testify as to what is illegal conservative.
Thank you. And you were also not testifying based on any experience as a technical professional preparing reports for purposes of Washington's SEPA statute, correct? You don't have that experience, correct?
I do not. I have reviewed many California reports which have the exact same information as in terms of their structure. They literally copy paste every single one.
And so I will just repeat, you have no professional experience with the Washington State SEPA statute, correct?
No.
Okay. Dr. McCarthy, did you review any of the project application materials here, other than those two documents that you talked about in your direct, and we've just talked about the site plan and the elevations, and then the three documents, the air quality study that you also referenced in your testimony. Other than those documents, have you reviewed any of the application materials for this project?
Objection. We actually reviewed several more project documents in his direct, so I'm objecting to the mischaracterization that those were the only ones we discussed.
Let me rephrase. Dr. McCarthy, what project application documents have you reviewed?
Can you describe exactly what is characterized as a project application document?
A document that was submitted to the city in connection with this application by the applicant.
I'd have to pull up the full list. If you're willing to indulge me for a few seconds, I could try to pull up my notes.
Certainly.
Okay. Give me a minute and I will try to give you, would you like individual?
Well, how about this? The MDNS has a list of A through like the whole alphabet and then double A. Is that essentially the list we're trying to nail down, Ms. Kaler?
Yes, Mr. Examiner, I would like to know.
Why don't we pull that up in C1 and we can walk through it then, rather than having him try to find it in his notes.
I have my notes here. I can tell you which documents, if it's okay, if you would like.
If you've already got it, then well, I'll let Ms. Kaler decide. It's her question. I'll butt out.
I would be happy. Well, actually, I think it would take me a minute to pull up that list. So, Dr. McCarthy, if you do have it handy, that would be, if you can just go ahead and read those to me, I'd appreciate it.
I read Exhibit AA, which is the letters received from public agencies. We talked about Exhibit D, the traffic analysis. Exhibit J, the air quality analysis supplement. Exhibit K, the air quality analysis. The response to EPA Exhibit 5V, something like that. The staff comments, Exhibit Z. The MDNS. Those are the documents I reviewed.
Okay. In any of the documents that you reviewed that were prepared by the applicant and submitted to the city, so of the ones you listed there, that would be Exhibit D, the traffic study, Exhibit J, the air quality analysis, I believe Exhibit K, which would be the addendum, I believe. And I would have to look at those, a separate list myself. But of those documents that were prepared by the applicant, can you point out to me any portion of those documents that describes this project as any form of high cube use?
I did not do a word search for high cube within any of the documents, so I did not. I believe that the characterization that was typically given was it was industrial park and warehousing were the two land uses that were described. But I'd have to go back and review all those documents to see exactly what language was used regarding the characterization in all of the documents.
Thank you.
I do know that they did say if it was a high cube parcel hub use, then it would have to be re-reviewed. That was said in Exhibit either D or K.
Thank you. In your testimony, you referred to an earlier version of the TIA, the traffic impact analysis, performed by the applicant, and indicated that it used the average trip rate. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
And then also, I believe, testified that the final version of the TIA used a different trip rate. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you know why that change was made?
I believe that would require me to speculate on the reasons that the project applicant changed that. I do not know what their rationale was. No. I mean, I do know that they say that they use the regression fit, and it's in the appendix of the air quality or the traffic study. I can't remember which one it's in the appendix of. It's buried in the footnotes.
And let me rephrase, apologies, that was a very general question. Do you know if there was do you know if there was a technical basis for that change?
I do believe that they relied on the ITE 11th generation manual based on the exhibits, but I haven't seen the exhibits, the exact text of why that change was made. No.
I'm going to share my screen. Actually, I don't think I need to ask you that question. Yes, okay, now I will need to share my screen. I am going to show you what is stipulated exhibit A19. These are your calculations, correct?
I believe so.
And I'm just going to scroll the very beginning here. And pardon me while I find what it is that I want to ask you about. Okay, so Dr. Murphy, I'm sorry, Dr. McCarthy, looking at what is the third tab of your calculations, the tab that's entitled vehicle trips. The second note from the bottom says cold storage warehouse truck trips calculated using 2.17 weighted average truck trip rate for cold storage warehouses from South Coast AQMD Rule 2305. And there's a bunch of other letters that I won't read. Do you know whether the does AQMD stand? What does that stand for?
The Air Quality Management District.
Do you know whether Rule 2305 of the South Coast Air Quality Management District has been adopted by any agency in the state of Washington?
Objection. Calls for a legal opinion.
That's not a legal opinion, it's a factual opinion. I'm going to overrule you. It's whether he knows whether it's been adopted in Washington or not. Does not call for a legal conclusion, so you're overruled. Please answer the question.
I do not know.
Okay. And just to clarify, what do you know what the geographic extent of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is?
I do.
And can you tell me what that is?
It's most of the 4 counties of LA, Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino that do not encompass the high desert, which is the Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District, or the low desert, which is the Coachella Basin.
All in Southern California, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna stop you there because it's 11:59. We're gonna break from 12 to 1 for lunch. Sorry if I'm stymieing your role, Ms. Kaler, but lunch is lunch, and in my current condition, I need these usual breaks to try to get my leg to stop screaming at me quite so much. So And the leaf blowers are coming now anyway, so I hope you can still hear me with this. I think my mic's pretty directional, but we will break and then we will continue. Be back, please, sharply at 1. And we will continue with cross-examination of Mr. McCarthy. Everyone have a good lunch.
Thank you.
password followed by pound.
Yep.
You have not entered any number. Goodbye.
Please mute your audio.
Just a second.
It's all right, I got you. Well, look at that. As soon as I hit my unmute button, Mr. Victor appeared. Looks like we've got all the parties on the screen. We do still have a couple minutes before 1 o'clock. I guess I'll ask the parties though, housekeeping matter. Well, I guess we'll address that at the end. I need to check with my office staff first, and then we'll decide whether we're going to end at 4:30 or whether we're going to go clear till 5. Do the parties have any issues if we do decide to go up to 5 o'clock?
No issues.
Seeing head shakes
No
from
issues.
everybody, so that's good.
Mr. Examiner, while we're discussing schedule, I believe the witness this morning went a little longer than anticipated, and I'm just looking at the number of witnesses we have left and wondering if it is an option to extend our days a little bit over the next couple days to try and finish up within the time allotted. Thought I'd throw that idea out there.
Well, and I appreciate that. The problem is probably me more than anything. So, too much information, I don't know. But I have a problem I know about in my low spine. I have a new problem that I have no idea how it came about. But the two largest nerves in your body are your sciatic and your S1. And I have problems with those both in my low spine and at my tailbone pelvis region. Somehow my tailbone has gotten pushed forward where it's in contact with my pelvis, and it's pinching both of those two nerves in between. And so I will tell you, by the time we got to finishing up yesterday afternoon, I was ready to be done. Sitting like this with only one break per session is a challenge for me right now. The two biggest nerves in my body are being impinged on in two different places. And the way I've described it to my medical care providers is that it makes it virtually impossible to find any comfortable position, whether standing, sitting, or lying down. And if it's constant discomfort that turns into feeling like someone poured gas on my leg and lit it on fire on regular instances. So we'll see where we're at the end of the day today, and then we'll talk about it. But I'm not really enthusiastic about going past 5, because I can tell you it's about all I can do. And given that I won't be seeing anybody to provide medical help or relief again until next Wednesday, because that's the earliest they can see me, it's not gonna get any better for the days we've got scheduled. So that's where that's at.
Understood.
We are at 1:02 p.m. We broke in the middle of cross-examining Dr. McCarthy rather by the applicant's attorney, and we will pick up there. Dr. McCarthy, you are still under oath, and Ms. Kayla will continue her questioning. So go ahead.
Hello again, Dr. McCarthy. I think fortunately for us all, over the lunch break, I was able to consolidate some of my questions for you, so I shouldn't be keeping you too much longer today. I believe when we finished speaking before the break, we were looking at your spreadsheet with your calculations, and I just had one quick question actually about those. So I'm going to share my screen again so that we can look at those together. And I appreciate your explanation of this earlier today. I think I pretty much understand what you're doing in your various spreadsheets. So I don't need to ask you a lot of questions about them. But I did just want to clarify one small point. And I think right before we broke, I had read out the language we were looking at. Just for the record, we are looking at Exhibit A19, which is a stipulated exhibit. We are looking at the vehicle trips tab, and I'm directing your attention here to line 13, which discusses the 2.17 weighted average truck trip rate for cold storage warehouses. And I will just note that this 2.17 figure appears in a couple other places in other spreadsheets. And so this question really just applies across the board. It's a pretty simple question. Am I correct in understanding that you are not saying there will be 2.17 more actual trucks driving around the city of Tacoma based on this 2.17 weighted average that you're using?
That is correct. I think I can explain specifically what I mean. Row 8 has the truck trip rate of 0.75. that is the number of trucks that a cold storage warehouse would generate per 1,000 square feet. The 2.17 is the weighted average that accounts for the trailer emissions, not the trips. And so it is a weight. It is used to generate the emissions from those diesel trailer generators, not from the trucks' emissions themselves.
Thank you. That was the only clarification I was looking for. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I have just a couple other questions for you. And first, I will just note for the record, because of our discussion on this South Coast Air Quality Management District Rule 2305, I'm not going to cross-examine this witness about that rule anymore, but of course, reserve the right to discuss that with my witnesses or in our brief. Dr. McCarthy, you gave some testimony about the probable impacts of vehicle traffic. And related to that, I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with the traffic level of service threshold, or LOS threshold, in the city of Tacoma?
I have seen the level of service thresholds described in I believe it's either in Exhibit D or in the MDMS. It's in one of the documents that I reviewed. Yes.
Would that be either the MDNS or the applicant's traffic study?
I can look it up if you'd like. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need you to look it up.
Okay.
Outside of those documents that you reviewed for the purpose of this appeal, do you have any familiarity with that level of service threshold?
Specific to the city of Tacoma, or level of service thresholds in general?
Specific to the city of Tacoma.
Beyond the definitions of what level of service mean in general from a traffic engineering standpoint, I know what those are, and so that I know, but I do not know anything specific to the level of service thresholds as defined in the city of Tacoma beyond what is in the Appendix D or wherever it was that I reviewed it.
Thank you. So moving on here rapidly, several pages through my notes, turning to the topic of air quality, and specifically the analysis that was conducted with regard to off-site vehicle emissions. I heard your testimony that it was possible to model off-site vehicle emissions using AirMod or another computer program. And my question for you is, did you conduct a modeling analysis of off-site air emissions for this project?
I did not.
Okay. For the record, I will note again, we had some extensive discussion of exhibits A31, 32, and 33. I am not asking this witness any cross-examination questions based on that discussion, but do reserve the right to have my witnesses talk about them and to discuss them in our brief. Dr. McCarthy, turning now to your discussion of the MDNS condition relating to air quality that is contained in stipulated exhibit C1 and you referenced earlier. I heard your testimony to be it wasn't clear to you how those would be enforced. My question is, are you familiar with the code enforcement provisions of the Tacoma Municipal Code?
I am not.
And with that, Dr. McCarthy, I have no further questions for you.
So cross-examination from the city.
The benefit or burden of going third, I've crossed off almost all of my questions because they've been asked and answered. I do have one, Dr. McCarthy, and it's clarification for me at least of what I thought was a little bit of an ambiguous answer earlier. I'm Steve Victor. I'm a deputy city attorney for Tacoma. Dr. McCarthy, earlier, Ms. Kaler asked if you were familiar with the Washington State State Environmental Policy Act, SEPA, regulations and laws that guide a city, Tacoma in this case, as a SEPA lead agency, that guide our SEPA review. And I thought, I'm not sure what your answer was, because at one point, I think you said no. At another point, you said it's the same as California, and you just, take one and flip it to the other. Do you understand my question? I'm asking, are you familiar with Washington State SEPA laws and regulations, including case law, that guide a SEPA lead agency's review of a project like this?
I am not.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. So the opinions that you're offering about what should have been studied or inferred are without that context, without the context of Washington state law.
I don't know how to address that question. Is that a question?
It is. I'm asking if the opinions that you're offering are within the context of what SEPA requires of lead agencies in Washington, or if your opinions are offered outside of that context.
My opinions are offered as a technical expert in air quality, not as a legal opinion about the SEPA guidance documents that, or the rules and regulations surrounding SEPA and its administration at the municipal level.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Examiner.
All right, is there a redirect?
I have no redirect.
Well, all right then. Hang on 1 second here. That has us moving on then to the appellant's next witness.
Yes, the appellants will call Dr. Eleanor Fanning.
Right, 1 second. Change pages on my notes. Gotta get the spelling right here. All right, so Dr. Fanning, if you'd raise your right hand on the screen, please. You swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this hearing today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, you may inquire, Ms. Tucker.
Okay, well, we pull up stipulated exhibit A52, there's a copy of your resume. Can you tell us about your education and training?
Yes, education. I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Oberlin College and a master's degree in molecular and cell biology from the University of California at Berkeley. I also did my doctoral work for the degree of PhD in environmental health sciences in the School of Public Health at UC Berkeley.
And what do you do now?
I currently am a toxicologist at the Washington State Department of Health.
And can you explain what a toxicologist does?
Sure. Toxicology as a science incorporates a number of aspects, but primarily focused on evaluating interactions of toxic substances with biological systems to understand how substances produce adverse effects.
Are there different types of toxicologists?
Yes, just like different kinds of doctors or different kinds of architects. You could be an aquatic toxicologist, a forensic specialist.
Let me ask, what kind are you?
Practice,
Yeah.
yeah, I practice regulatory toxicology. And in that branch of toxicology, my job is to review broadly the science and published literature and authoritative documents concerning the health effects of toxic substances on human populations in support of decision-making processes.
Can you describe your experience studying the health impacts of the types of air pollutants produced by industrial facilities or vehicle emissions?
Yes, my doctoral thesis was on benzene and benzene-induced leukemia and how to account for that in regulatory risk assessment processes. After that, I worked on a very large study for the California State Legislature on a gasoline additive, where I helped characterize cancer risks to the population. I then, in my work for the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment in California, was part of a large interagency team evaluating the environmental and health impacts of different considered gasoline formulas in the state. At the same time, I served in more of an academic kind of research role in the School of Public Health at UCLA in the Southern California Particle Center, which was conducting extensive research on the health effects of particulate matter in support of US EPA's National Ambient Air Quality Standard determinations. I did also serve as an expert witness for a matter in the state of Washington that had to do with reviewing the on and off-site emissions related to a proposed facility for oil transloading.
And is there anything else from your education, training, or experience that you want to mention that's relevant to the opinions you plan to express today?
I would just say that, you know, as a toxicologist and in the kinds of projects that I've done, I use a lot of my training in epidemiology, in exposure assessment, in built environment, and a variety of, I consider myself an environmental health scientist broadly. I would also like to just say, clarify today that I am not here representing the Department of Health in any way, and any opinions I express are solely my own.
Okay. Turning to vehicle emissions and their health impacts, I'd like to show you stipulated exhibit A19. This is Dr. McCarthy's trip generation and emissions calculations spreadsheet. And let's look at the off-site vehicle emissions tab. And I want to ask you, are these pollutants listed on this tab found in vehicle exhaust emissions?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what is acrolein?
Acrolein is a hazardous air pollutant federally and a toxic air pollutant under our Washington laws. That is a potent respiratory and eye irritant.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to acrolein emissions from vehicles?
Yeah, following on the irritant properties, short-term responses can exacerbate asthma or cause respiratory symptoms such as shortness of breath or wheeze. And
what is benzoapyrene?
Benzoapyrene is one of a large group of chemicals called polyaromatic hydrocarbons. And actually, this is also toxic air pollutant, although I believe in the air quality study, it was not indicated as such, but it is a TAP in Washington. Yeah.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to benzoapyrene?
Generally, polyaromatic hydrocarbons are considered carcinogenic, and we do have we do have an azole for this chemical in our state.
Okay, what is diesel particulate matter?
Yeah, so diesel exhaust is a little bit complicated. Diesel exhaust is really a mixture of a lot of different gases and particles. The particulate matter fraction is also in itself chemically complicated. So those particles are formed first with kind of a carbon core, and then as that exhaust comes out of the tailpipe and ages, different organic and non-organic, that means metals and so on, can become associated with those particles. So it's a complex particulate substance.
Okay, and I know that different project documents refer to diesel PM in different ways. I see that the spreadsheet calls it diesel PM10. What is your understanding of what diesel PM emissions are included here?
Right. So the vast majority of diesel exhaust particulate is actually much smaller than 10 microns and actually smaller than 2.5, which is kind of that PM 2.5 fraction. I think what Dr. McCarthy has done here is summed up the total mass volume of diesel particulate, so that under particulate matter 10 microns and less, that's going to subsume all the size fractions.
Okay, and what health risks are associated with exposure to diesel particulate matter?
Diesel exhaust particulate causes cancer in lab animals, reasonably anticipated to be a human carcinogen. Diesel exhaust was declared by the International Agency for Research on Cancer to be a group 1, that is a known human carcinogen. And there are some non-cancer health effects as well, looking at endpoints like impaired lung function and some cardiovascular effects as well.
What is NOx?
NOx stands for oxides of nitrogen, which can be various chemical combinations of oxygen and nitrogen. The one that we're most concerned about is nitrogen dioxide, abbreviated NO subscript 2, which is one of the federal regulated criteria pollutants.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to oxides of nitrogen?
Yeah, short-term effects are going to be primarily respiratory, that some of those cough, wheeze, shortness of breath, worsening of asthma. Long-term effects in the most recent integrated science assessment by EPA for NO2 identified development of asthma as well. So new onset of asthma as opposed to just worsening of symptoms for someone with asthma.
Okay, what is naphthalene G?
I believe the G here, it stands for gas phase. So there are some chemicals that when they're emitted from in exhaust are going to move into the air freely as gases, and others that are going to associate with those particles like we talked about earlier. So some chemicals are right on the border, and you find them both in the gas phase, and you can find them in particulate as well.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to gas phase naphthalene?
Yeah, naphthalene is also a toxic air pollutant in Washington. One of the effects that it's been regulated on has to do with retinal toxicity. I would say that's generally for high exposure, in occupational kind of settings, not really a concern here. But long-term, naphthalene is classified by the National Toxicology Program as reasonably anticipated to be a human carcinogen. So cancer causing.
Right, okay. What is 1,3-butadiene?
Yeah, butadiene. So the chemicals that we've talked about, some of, I haven't been perfectly clear about which are present in the fuel and which are present just in exhaust after combustion, but butadiene is a common combustion byproduct of gasoline and diesel.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to 1,3-butadiene emissions from vehicles?
Butadiene can cause leukemia in people, so it is also a concern for cancer for long-term exposure. One of the short-term concerns about butadiene is that after it comes out of that exhaust pipe, it then interacts in the atmosphere with other substances and is a primary precursor to acrolein.
Okay, what is benzene?
Benzene is a chemical that is naturally present in crude oil that is emitted in exhaust when we have imperfect combustion, which is pretty much a given for a lot of combustion engines. So this is a marker primarily for gasoline exhaust at this point. It is a particularly hazardous human carcinogen associated with leukemia in adults and children.
What is formaldehyde?
So formaldehyde is a small combustion byproduct. It's quite similar in sort of formation and chemistry to acrolein. Also toxic air pollutant.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to formaldehyde emissions?
Those respiratory irritation kinds of outcomes like we see with other similarly structured chemicals, and formaldehyde is also regulated as a carcinogen.
What is CO?
Carbon monoxide.
And what is carbon monoxide?
Carbon monoxide is one of the nationally regulated criteria pollutants. So, we have 6 criteria pollutants that were identified as such under the Clean Air Act because they are particularly ubiquitous and particularly harmful.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to carbon monoxide emissions from vehicles?
It's primarily a concern at pretty high exposure levels where it starts to substitute for oxygen in the blood and will cause problems with alertness, difficulty breathing.
Okay. What about ethyl benzene? What is that?
Also present in crude oil and emitted in some exhaust streams.
And what health risks are associated with ethyl benzene?
Ethyl benzene primarily liver and kidney toxicity from long-term exposures and some potential to contribute to cancer risks.
And finally, what is acetaldehyde?
Acetaldehyde is very similar to formaldehyde. You just have a little bit bigger molecule on there. So this is also a very prevalent air pollutant product of fuel combustion and similar in formation and kind of presence in the air to formaldehyde.
And what health risks are associated with exposure to acetaldehyde?
Following that similar profile, respiratory irritation, exacerbation of asthma, and it is regulated as a carcinogen.
Okay, does this list of pollutants or this table reflect the total volume of all pollutants or substances of concern attributable to vehicle emissions?
No, there's kind of 2 parts to that. Does it reflect the whole volume, and does it reflect qualitatively the whole list, I think. So in the air quality study submitted by the applicant, there are further substances on that list. You see PM 2.5 and a variety of polyaromatic hydrocarbons that kind of didn't move forward. So I just would like to say that I have concern about those substances as well. In terms of the volumes here, I think we spent extensive time this morning with Dr. McCarthy talking about volumes. but I would just want to add, I think that the construction emissions might not be included here. So that's going to increase diesel exhaust related components. And then if we're only looking at diesel exhaust particulate matter, then other contributions of vehicles to the particulate fraction are not represented here. And I would say tire wear particles, which includes plastics and zinc, brake wear particles, which bring in other metals. So there's toxicity associated with other parts of the particulate matter, kind of overall, we call them the non-exhaust fraction of vehicular emissions. So I think that's important. And then another thing that I don't see accounted for in volumes is that acrolein, formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, and some particulate matter are produced, have high volumes produced by what we call secondary formation. That is, after that exhaust first comes out of the tailpipe, undergoes an aging process in the atmosphere, you're gonna produce a lot more formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, and I don't think those were accounted for in the assessments that I've seen on this project. So I would flag that.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so for the pollutants that are listed in this list here, are there any populations that are particularly vulnerable to adverse health impacts from exposure?
Yeah, so key populations kind of identified in a lot of studies of traffic related pollutants, you know, and identified by the American Lung Association, for example, and the other authorities would identify especially people with health conditions that make them more susceptible. So that might be people with asthma, people with existing COPD, these kinds of conditions that are worsened by air pollution. So they are vulnerable. People with high background exposures that have them already exposed to these compounds or compounds with similar health effects are going to be more vulnerable to the added effects. And similarly, there's a body of research building now that is reflected by authoritative agencies that people with social and economic factors.
Examiner, at this point, predictably, I will object. Ms. Fanning has just testified about social and economic factors, and that scope of testimony was excluded by the examiner.
May I respond or?
Go ahead, respond.
Or the question was, are there any populations that are particularly vulnerable to adverse health impacts from exposure to these pollutants? She has testified that socioeconomic factors are relevant to that. She is not testifying about the project's impacts on equity. She's testifying about its impacts on health, and this is part of her testimony.
Talking about health impacts, that's fine. We'll see where it goes. I don't know. My guess is probably that this witness wasn't instructed to limit things strictly within the confines of what the pre-hearing motion decision was, but that's on the table now. So the objection is noted, but let's see where we go with this. And you can always renew the objection if you think we're getting into territory that was ruled on in the motion. Again.
I believe we interrupted you, Dr. Fanning. I don't know if you recall what you were about to say. Yeah,
I do. I recognize the objection and the direction that I just heard Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you. I will pay attention to only mentioning social or economic factors where they confer a susceptibility to the health harms of air pollutants. That's what's at issue here. It's not a fairness thing. It's not about equity. It's whether certain groups of people are more sensitive to health harms. So that's where I was going with it. Okay, so a couple to sort of expand on some of those vulnerability factors. I think I mentioned before that current asthma, current COPD, current emphysema, people in that group are more likely to respond with greater symptoms and more severe symptoms when receiving additional exposure to respiratory toxicants. Where economic factor comes in would be if people with respiratory disease are uninsured or unable to access health care, their symptoms can go untreated and result in more
And Mr.
severe.
Examiner, again, this is a area that is outside the scope of SEPA. SEPA specifically instructs that socioeconomic impacts are not within its ambit. And I think we have somebody unmuted here. So I'll go ahead and wait for them to mute.
I feel like this is a challenge I definitely could each on.
On silk, it's going to be pretty much what you see is what you get. On cotton, when it dries, it is going to lighten significantly.
I can't hold that much information.
We're going to move on.
Servers, you need, okay, I found it.
Right, sir.
It takes me a minute with 62 participants to find out the violator and shut them down, but they're shut down now.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. So I'm just picking up my train of thought. While public health as a field may consider these socioeconomic aspects, SEPA specifically instructs that those are not to be considered as part of SEPA review. And I don't want to re-argue our motion, but I don't believe that this testimony is appropriate and within the scope of SEPA.
Response?
Yeah, Dr. Fanning is not testifying about how the project will impact socioeconomic factors. She is testifying about how it will impact health and explaining what information is relevant to that assessment of how it will impact health from air pollution, which is very clearly within the scope of SEPA.
And if we're talking about that generally, that's fine. But if we start talking about particular harms into particular groups of, socioeconomic designations, that's where we're getting afoul of the decision that was already rendered, the motion decision. Now, if we're talking about people with asthma or COPD or things like that, those kinds of things affect people from all classes, all races, across the board. I don't see that necessarily as a socioeconomic factor. But if we start talking about things that are, I will certainly sustain the objection.
Mr. Examiner, my objection specifically was Ms. Fanning was starting to talk about people who lacked health insurance. That is certainly a socioeconomic factor, and she seems headed in that direction.
That's moving into that area. Yes. So sustained as far as that goes. So I understand it's a little bit of a esoteric line to draw, but we have drawn it, and I agreed with the respondents that those were not areas that SEPA considers, and the appellants swore up and down they hadn't raised any of those issues anyway. So let's steer clear of them at this point.
Okay. To be clear, people whose asthma is poorly managed medically are more susceptible. So let's leave it at that. I think we can all agree on that poorly managed asthma makes people at greater risk of severe effects such as hospitalization if their asthma is worsened by an environmental exposure. Let's see. I got to get my train of thought back. I think where we were going was other susceptible or vulnerable subgroups. I would add people particularly vulnerable to increased exposure to carcinogens, so cancer-causing chemicals, either people who already have a high background exposure rate, and in particular, when we think about cancer, this is not a health effect that you get exposed today and you have cancer tomorrow. This is a long-term cumulative process. So the more years you have for certain types of carcinogens, the more harm. Therefore, children exposed to carcinogens, we have what we call in public health an early life exposure effect that renders the cancer risks higher for exposure early in life.
And I don't want to cut you off if you were going to list more vulnerable populations, but if you were done, I can ask you.
Oh, I should actually add, there is an important one I haven't mentioned because of the kind of back and forth, and that is pregnant women, because there are associations with ambient air pollution and adverse birth outcomes. So pregnant women are considered a vulnerable population for many of these exposures and to traffic-related pollutants taken together.
Okay, Dr. Fanning, how, if at all, do the impacts of these pollutants on human health differ when someone is exposed to several of them at once?
Yeah, this is part of the issue here. So we look at these pollutants in an individual list. What we're really talking about with emissions from this proposed project are traffic-related air pollutants taken together as a mixture. So we can just draw a few examples. I talked about several of these chemicals that have effects on short-term respiratory health effects: formaldehyde, nitrogen dioxide, acrolein, and more. So when we're exposed to those all at the same time, there's more health effect than if we're looking at each chemical separately. So that's important. And similarly, looking some of the science establishing health effects, it gets very difficult to pick them apart chemical by chemical. And so traffic related pollutants is a separate area of science, separate but overlapping. And we know that is associated with increased mortality from circulatory causes, heart attacks, lung cancers, and some of the same effects on asthma. So people in heavily trafficked neighborhoods experience a variety of health effects.
Okay, and why is cumulative impacts analysis important?
Well, and I think cumulative is mentioned in SEPA. I am not a SEPA expert, but I am broadly familiar with the language. And cumulative impacts assessment is getting more and more important in my field of regulatory public health, because we know that regulatory bodies set regulatory standards chemical by chemical, and the real world exposure to traffic is as a mixture. So we have to look, the burden is on us to look carefully at those combined health hazards and those combined risks.
Are there other kinds of environmental exposures that would affect someone's vulnerability to health harms from this project-related air pollution?
Yeah, so this kind of just expanding on that, cumulative, what is the human body really experiencing in a near roadway situation or close to an industrial facility with emissions? We consider the physical exposures as well. So noise and heat are physical agents that can modify the effects of inhaled toxic releases. So noise, for example, is associated with high blood pressure. It's associated with heart rhythm changes, atrial fibrillation, I believe. And so this raises the risk of strokes and heart attacks, which are also associated with traffic-related pollution. And heat as well is a physical agent that has been shown to modify and worsen the effects of particulate matter on mortality, basically on all-cause mortality.
Okay, looking back at the spreadsheet, I see that column D of this offsite vehicle emissions tab refers to small quantity emission rates. What is a small quantity emission rate?
A small quantity emission rate is a regulatory screening level that the state uses to establish emissions at levels of potential concern for new sources.
And column E, SQER, averaging period. Can you explain what an averaging period is?
Yeah, so that's a time period over which we're looking, over which we're going to kind of sum up emissions. Emissions from most sources are going to vary with time. And we use short averaging times to regulate pollutants that have those what we call acute health effects, basically health effects that are immediately responsive to shorter term excursions. So things like that causing cough or wheeze or worsening of asthma, those kinds of things are acute health effects. You want to look at a short averaging time. A long averaging time is appropriate for a chemical that causes cancer, where we're less concerned about the rate and the ups and downs, and we're more concerned about how much exposure you get over time.
I heard you refer to ASILs as well. What is an ASIL?
That's in Washington, that's our sort of special term that stands for acceptable source impact level. And these are, so this is quite different from a SQER, if I may abbreviate the small quantity emission rates. ASILs are designed to look at exposure, where the SQER is really just looking at emission rates. So an ASIL assumes that somebody is actually exposed to that emission.
And as a regulatory toxicologist, can you help us understand how legal thresholds like the SQERs, like the ASILs, relate to health effects?
Yes. Now, with the caveat that I can't provide a legal interpretation of that, but from a public health point of view, SQERs and ASILs are meant to flag potentially significant impacts at various stages of the source permitting process. So, ASILs are set in Washington by a process through the Department of Ecology, and are designed to identify levels of pollutant concentrations that are unlikely to cause significant health harms.
Okay. Do ASILs account for cumulative impacts from pollution?
No. So they're very chemical by chemical. So in other words, it might show how much formaldehyde would be considered unlikely to have a health impact, but it doesn't take into account the context, whether that same person is breathing other respiratory impacts, other respiratory toxicants, which could change the total impact.
So if I understand your testimony, it's possible to experience health impacts from concentrations below the ASILs. Is that what you're saying?
In a combined exposure scenario, yes.
Okay. Dr. McCarthy quantified off-site vehicle emissions using different assumptions about off-site vehicle traffic. Let's see, according to Dr. McCarthy's spreadsheet, and we might need to scroll for this. Can you tell us which pollutants exceed the small quantity emission rate?
Okay, I believe that the highlighting in pink indicates exceedance of the scores
Yep.
in emissions. And so looking at this first visible H through N, this is pounds per day, which is the appropriate average in time for only one of these pollutants. That's acrolein, which is regulated on a 24-hour emissions basis. So yes, for acrolein on pounds per day, we'll have to scroll to see the other averaging times. Yeah, that must be per year because that's looking largely at carcinogenic chemicals, which have that annual averaging time. There's a lot of exceedance there of SQUR under, looks like all the potential site uses, excepting maybe those 2 ethylbenzene cells that are white, but.
Right. Oh, and it looks like benzoate pyrene does not exceed the SQUR.
Yeah, if emissions are fully accounted for, right? So, okay. And go on in terms of short term, it should be just the criteria pollutants, nitrogen dioxide and carbon monoxide, yes. And those also exceed SQUR.
So based on those emissions, would you have concerns about this project causing adverse health impacts?
Yes.
Why?
The small quantity emission rates are meant to flag where a project could have health impacts that require a more careful and thorough analysis. So, we need a complete accounting at this point of all the project emissions that could affect people, and there needs to be a full exposure modeling for everything that exceeds SQUR. And I will note again that PM 2.5 taken generally to include the brake and tire wear and the gasoline engine emissions is not on the spreadsheet and kind of fell off the air quality analysis. So, as a public health expert, I would like to see PM 2.5 modeled.
Okay, so turning to modeling, as we heard from Dr. McCarthy, TRC's modeling looked at the impact of some of the project's on-site emissions from diesel trucks idling and gas heaters. Can you help us understand how that modeling of those on-site emissions relates to the project's health impacts?
So I feel that the modeling we have now is insufficient to characterize the full health impacts from this project. So there are pollutants that are missing, and the critical thing here is that the road corridor emissions were not modeled. So dispersion modeling needs to be done that shows the emissions from the heavily impacted traffic corridors and includes them as a source that impacts local receptor sites.
Okay, I'd like to show you an excerpt from stipulated exhibit C28, which are the agency comments.
Okay.
We'll be looking at the United States EPA's letter to the city of Tacoma that we looked at with Dr. McCarthy. And this is pages 14 to 17 of exhibit C28 for the record. And what I'd like to ask you about, Dr. Fanning, is on page 2 of this letter. I'd like to ask you about something the EPA said in the 3rd bullet point. I'd like to ask you about the EPA's comment that the air analysis should include, quote, off-site mobile source air emissions of vehicles and trucks along likely corridors to and from the facility from both the construction and operations of the project with respect to criteria air pollutants and air toxics, including diesel particulate matter emissions. When assessing these impacts, in addition to residential communities by the project site and along corridors to the site, consider sensitive receptors and vulnerable populations such as communities with environmental justice concerns, park/recreational users, schools, daycares, seniors/nursing homes, hospitals, and other healthcare facilities. My first question is, do you agree with the EPA's description of the analysis that should be done to understand how the project's air pollution will affect health?
Yes, include offsite emissions. Yes, include criteria for air pollutants and air toxics. Yes. I would also add a conservative kind of upper bound worst case scenario approach needs to be included in the modeling. In terms of the receptors, yes, to parks. So residential communities who are close, very close to the traffic corridors, those are going to be very highly impacted. Parks are within the, if there are parks within the emissions impact area, that's particularly important because people exercising outdoor have higher respiratory rates and are more highly impacted. Schools and daycares, clear because children are vulnerable because they have biologically higher breathing rates, and developing lung tissue. So they are very sensitive to air toxics that affect the respiratory system, plus that early life issue about cancer I raised. Seniors in nursing homes have a higher predominance of people with emphysema or COPD. So yes, I would say that's vulnerable. Hospitals and other healthcare facilities. Okay, I'm going to say I'm less concerned than the EPA about hospitals, and that might sound strange, but the reason is that most hospitals have very good HVAC systems and are attentive to providing better air quality. So leave that one with an asterisk. Other healthcare facilities, sure, if there's a pediatrics practice in the area or a place where we have pregnant women coming for their prenatal care, I would add that to my list of concern. Yeah.
Okay, and with respect to the EPA's statement about examining vulnerable populations, such as communities with EJ concerns, can you explain why it is important from a health perspective to look at who is likely to be exposed to the project's emissions?
Okay, so let's be careful here to stay within what the hearing examiner stipulated. I think one way to look at this is that what we're looking for, we're not looking broadly, kind of opening up this can of worms about equity and justice. What I'm trying to lay here is, let's take the example, let's take two different neighborhoods, and we don't have to talk a lot about who they are, but let's say we have low asthma rates and well-managed asthma in one neighborhood, and we have high asthma rates and poorly managed asthma in another neighborhood. Let's put the emissions from this facility in both those neighborhoods. It's pretty clear we're going to get bigger health harms in that second neighborhood and higher health costs. So part of this is about the costs to the city, the county, the state.
And again,
health
Mr.
impacts.
Examiner, to the extent that we're
Yeah,
talking
I
about
mean,
costs, I will
Okay.
object.
we're circumlocuting around the issue here. So,
Okay.
I mean, abbreviating environmental justice by saying EJ in the question as opposed to saying it all out, and then kind of circumlocuting around and talking about, well-managed healthcare and things. We need to be talking about health impacts in general, because
Okay.
drilling down below that, and my question on these EPA comments here is not so much in the ideal whether these comments are good ideas and the things they're suggesting would be good to do. My question ends up being, because my experience with EPA is EPA does what EPA does, and they don't necessarily care to tailor their approach to anything based on the parties, what state law says, or anything else. And so my question with any of these bullet points is, it's not whether it's a good idea in the ideal, but how do these EPA comments and suggestions align with the requirements of SEPA? Because the EPA could suggest things until the cows come home, but if it's not in SEPA, there's nothing I can do with it. And that's why the ruling was the ruling on the motion prior to the hearing.
Right, and so if I may, just for the record, SEPA says that if a project will have significant health impacts, then an EIS needs to be conducted.
And so let's talk about health impacts then, and not be boring down below that to this subgroup and that subgroup. What we're talking about is health impacts to the residents of Tacoma.
And actually, Mr. Examiner, I guess I'd ask for a site.
Let me finish. Let me finish first. If we're talking about, health impacts on people who live closer to the site than those who live farther away, there's a reasonable distinction. But when we're starting to bore down with however we're going to label it into these subgroups and socioeconomic factors and environmental justice and things, SEPA doesn't account for that yet. It very well might in years to come, but it doesn't yet. Ms. Kayla.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. The statement that SEPA requires an EIS if there's significant adverse health impacts is not supported by the statute or by the WAC. Health is not an element of the environment under SEPA. SEPA requires analysis of environmental impacts. So I think what we're talking about here is air quality. And the question is there significant adverse impacts on air quality? And I think appellants here are taking a leap off of that to expand generally and prop up a new element of the environment, which is public health. That's not an element of the environment. So to the extent that, we're talking about air quality impacts and how they relate to health, that's one thing. But to say that SEPA categorically requires basically a public health analysis is not true. And there's no WAC that supports that.
I'd be happy to clarify that we're talking about health impacts from toxic releases, which includes the toxic air pollutants we're discussing here today. And I understand Mr. Hearing Examiner's, what I think is a ruling, but I would like to make an offer of proof for the record that Dr. Fanning is testifying about how to determine whether a project is likely to have significant impacts on health from toxic air releases, which requires not only looking at how far someone is from the project site, but at other factors as well.
Well, but other factors, we've already talked about that. There are if you start boring down in on that, you're going to get the same objection and you're going to get the same upholding. Okay. By the same token, to say that health is not a concern here is a little bit facetious too, because the only reason we're concerned about air quality and the reason that it's a factor is because people are breathing. If there was nobody breathing that air quality, we wouldn't care. And if we were breathing air that had toxic chemicals in it, but they had no effect on our bodies, we also wouldn't care. So the end result of that is health concerns to a certain degree. And to say it's not, and to say that we only look at air quality in isolation is a bit facetious, because the whole reason that that's a concern is because of the health impacts that come from it. So there is a tie in there, and I have no problem with testimony in that regard. But we need to keep it at the level that I already said we needed to stay on in the motion.
Okay, I suspect you will preclude Dr. Fanning from answering the following two questions, but just so I can understand the scope of your ruling, I'd like to just answer them, and then you can tell me if you've excluded them. My next question was going to be, are there socioeconomic factors that are relevant to how a particular pollution exposure will impact someone's health?
Already ruled on.
Okay, and then the other one was, Dr. Fanning, are disparities in the health burdens and socioeconomic burdens experienced by communities near the project site and other communities relevant to how a particular pollution exposure will impact someone's health?
Not part of SEPA.
Okay,
Nearness, fine, but your specificity beyond that point goes beyond what I've already ruled on in the motion.
okay. Let's look at exhibit B26. This is a stipulated exhibit. It's a map of the primary and secondary routes for vehicles traveling to and from the facility. And as we heard this morning, Dr. McCarthy identified a couple locations where he testified that he would expect maximum near road impacts. That was at Union Ave leading on to SR16, and then at the SR16 and I-5 interchange. Dr. Fanning, do you agree with those areas of concern?
Yes, I think that the entire corridor there from Route 16 down South Union is of concern. And having driven many times through that 16 I-5 interchange, I think anyone who's ever been there knows that that is very prone to backup and that kind of stop, start, and acceleration behavior of diesel trucks that Dr. McCarthy testified to. So I would agree with that. Maybe coming from a different point of view, but I would also highlight, depending on the tenants and the exact distribution of vehicle types, I'm concerned about South 56th Street. And the reason for that isn't diesel vehicle access, but if we're talking about, 5,000 to 15,000 gasoline vehicles per day, I would like to see dispersion modeling of all the pollutants in all the mass coming from South 56th Street. And that's just not even going to kind of issues of congestion or safety. I'm just talking about the air impacts. So I would add in to Dr. McCarthy's list that I'm concerned about South 56th.
Okay, I'd like to pull up the first page of stipulated exhibit B32, the revised version.
Okay, I'd forgotten which exhibit
Yes,
we were
sorry, this
talking
is
about, so thank you.
For the record, this is a screenshot of the Tacoma map, the land use designations layers. And my question is, Dr. Fanning, can you identify some places on this map where you might expect to find people who are especially likely to experience adverse health impacts from emissions from vehicles traveling to and from the Bridge Industrial Site?
Yeah.
Let us know if you need us to zoom in or anything.
Yeah, it is a little hard to see, but I'm looking at the South Union on and off ramps to Route 16, and I believe the dark blue is schools. So I see Bellarmine Prep, which is right there, and I've been on that campus, and I think the ball fields are toward the south, and I'd have to zoom in to take a look at that. But Bellarmine Prep, there's another school just to the left there, and it looks like there's I believe there's a school cited right. It's where the word Oakland shows on that map. I don't know if you're able to move your cursor. There's a blue area that looks, yes, that looks of concern to me for sure. that is a residential area to the, just to the northwest of the site. So there are residential sites here that could be influenced by a mixture of on-site emissions and those off-site traffic corridors that I'd be concerned about. I think the purple, the purple is a growth center. I happen to know that there's a Head Start developmental preschool site in the purple to the east of the project, but that may not be, it's not residential. So that just might be an unfortunate location. I would like to highlight, let's go down, put your cursor toward the bottom. There's a green park. Yes. This, for people who don't know Tacoma, this is called the it's like the South End Recreation Area, I believe. And this is a heavily used facility by families, kids, sports. You can see their ball fields right there. Very, very close to 56. There's also a middle school on site. There's a Boys and Girls Club, and there's a really great there's a super cool playground for kids that, is heavily used by families in the summer. So I would flag that as a site of concern.
Okay, so according to this map, are there potential sensitive receptors that are outside of that dark gray heavy industrial zoning area where the project site is located?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out. So yes, I mean, again, schools, parks, the closest residential neighborhoods to the corridors and to the site, I would be concerned about. I don't know from this map, I can't see if there are some of those other things that we talked about, like healthcare facilities or old, nursing homes or something.
Okay. So the next thing I'd like to show you, which I know will draw an objection, so let's just talk now about what I'd like to do, and then maybe we can tee up a ruling on it.
If you know it's going to draw an objection, why are we going there?
Because I think it's relevant to the analysis of the project's health impacts. And at a minimum, I'd like to make
you're making your record, so go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I would like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit A76, which are screenshots of the EPA's EJ Screen 2.0 mapping tool for 5024 South Madison Street in Tacoma, Washington. I would ask Dr. Fanning if you're familiar with this tool.
And of course, I will object. Sorry, I thought by tee up you meant we were going to discuss it in advance. Yes, I will object to this tool as well as the next one that I believe you're going to show. But let's just take this one.
And can I
think the name,
which screens we were going to look at?
Go ahead.
Let's take them one at a time.
Okay.
So we've got discrete elements, discrete objections. Let's get the objection made for the record. You can respond, and then I'll give you a ruling.
Okay, so should we put a pin in the question about whether Dr. Fanning's familiar with the tool? Would it be
well, that depends on what the objection is. I haven't heard the whole objection yet. I don't know.
Shall I hold on my objection or?
No, go ahead, please.
So this exhibit is a compilation of a few different pages from the EPA's EJ Screen. It says 2.0 here at the top. First, I think the name of the tool says it all. It is the Environmental Justice Screening Tool. And it is specifically designed for that purpose. And several of the pages contain information that reflect non-environmental considerations, and we would object on that basis.
So, Ms. Cooper,
I actually will say we will object on other bases as well, having to do with the reliability and suitability of the tool for this purpose. It was specifically not intended for project-specific review, and and actually, if I may, as part of my objection, I would like to share my screen, Mr. Examiner. Oops, I cannot, may I please share my screen?
Yeah,
There we go.
the first person's got to relinquish first. Which
Thank
you
you.
have now.
So, Mr. Examiner, I am sharing a document from, I'll scroll to the top. It is from EP. Now, I'm sorry, I can't move there we go. I have to move the window here. This is from the EPA's website. It has to do with this EJ screen tool. First, the appropriate uses of the screen. It was developed to highlight places that may be candidates for further review, analysis, and outreach to support the agency's environmental justice work. So this whole tool is specifically designed to be used for environmental justice purposes. And I apologize for my scrolling here. But I would also say, in addition to that, we would object to this as not intended for the purpose that it apparently is being used for. It is not a detailed risk analysis. Further scrolling down, it relies on demographic and environmental estimates that involve substantial uncertainty. This is especially true when looking at a small geographic area, such as a single census block group, which is what we're doing here. Let's see here. Related to the issue of uncertainty is the fact that the environmental indicators are only screening level proxies for actual health impacts. And I could go on, but I'm just going to stop there. And I will say, one, this is a tool designed and intended for use for environmental justice purposes for the EPA, for its own agency and allocating resources. It is not designed for the purpose of reviewing a project's impacts. And as it states, it has substantial uncertainty. So inconsistent with the examiner's ruling on generally socioeconomic factors, and also unsuitable for our purposes. And so for these reasons, I'd object.
Does the city want to be heard?
The city concurs in that objection.
And Mr. Examiner, I'm sorry, I did forget one thing. The title at the top of that document is version 2.0. It's an outdated version. There's a version 2.2. So with that, I will stop talking.
Ms. Tack Cooper, what are the points we're intending to make by having the witness address things from an outdated version of EPA's environmental justice maps?
The label may have been wrong. The 2.0 label may have been incorrect, but the URL, I believe, links to the current version. And we were not offering it for use as a risk analysis tool. It was intended to be one of several pieces of evidence supporting the need for an assessment of health through the EIS and health impact assessment process for this project.
Based on what?
I'm sorry, what?
Based on what?
What do you mean?
You left out an important part there. You said we're using it to try to show the need for an EIS for health impacts based on what?
Yeah, so the first screen,
environmental justice factors.
The first screen we were going to look at shows diesel particulate matter exposure. It shows that the area near the project site is in the 90 to 95th percentile of exposure in the country. I believe Dr. Fanning's testimony would have established that shows that the people most likely to be impacted by this project's pollution have higher background exposures to diesel PM and are more likely to experience cumulative impacts than most of the state. The next one was going to be traffic proximity, showing that areas near the project site are in the 80th to 90th percentile. After that, air toxics, cancer risk, showing that the area west of the project site is in the 95th to 100th percentile in the nation.
Okay, let me catch you off there though.
Okay.
Dr. Fanning, did you have any role in helping produce this information for EPA?
No,
Okay, so I'm at a loss then, Ms. Tech Cooper.
I was going to ask Dr. Fanning if she's familiar with this tool and uses it as part of her work. Would you like her to answer that for the record?
I'm not sure how it's relevant to the project permit review.
Okay. For the record, the other screens I was going to show address air toxics, respiratory health impacts, health disparities for asthma, and health disparities for low life expectancy. And then we were going to look at Exhibit A75, which is from the WTN tool, also showing data for 5024 South Madison Street.
And predictably, I will be objecting to this map as well, and I would like to share my screen to explain why on this one as well. Once again, we're still on EPA. I'm going to switch over. This is the State Department of Health website that discusses this environmental disparities map. First, environmental health disparities does clue us in that this again is an environmental justice tool. But I think the important thing is that what the maps show, and again, apologies for my scrolling, are various rankings from 1 to 10, and that's what you'll see on the maps. And this document explains how those rankings are produced. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see my document?
I can.
Okay. There's not usually there's a green line around it, and I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't think you have it on full screen display mode, but I can still see it and read it, so it's fine.
Okay. So, and are you seeing another version of yourselves as well on the screen? Should I stop sharing and just share this window? Okay, great, thank you. I just don't want it to be distracting. So this web page explains how those rankings 1 to 10, which are what are mapped, are produced. And it's threat versus vulnerability equals risk. Under the vulnerability tab, socioeconomic factors. Limited English, no high school diploma, people of color, etc. So socioeconomic factors are baked in to the rankings that are produced by this model. They are inherent in the results that would be depicted, and therefore the entire approach of this model relates to matters that are outside the scope of what the examiner has allowed.
So I'm going to ask the same question. Dr. Fanning, did you have any role in producing that material for the Washington State Department of Health?
no, I did not.
So are we in the same position as the EPA environmental justice map? This is just something that you use in the performance of your job?
Yes.
Is that fair, Ms. Tech Cooper?
That is true. I don't agree with Ms. Kaler's description of how the map works. I don't think it's the case that every layer examines all of those factors. We were going to look at particular pieces of it. And if I may, for the record, just state which pieces we were going to look at. We were going to look at health disparities, poor health outcomes, death from cardiovascular disease, health outcomes, low birth weight, health outcomes, population 19 to 64 with no health insurance.
Yeah, and that certainly sounds like there are socioeconomic factors mixed in there. And you know, as I said, when I made the ruling on the motion, I viewed it as akin in some ways to a motion eliminate regarding evidentiary issues. And my hope was that the ruling in the motion would be followed, so we didn't have to do a whole bunch of this kind of stuff during the hearing. Because we're already looking like we're going to be short on time, even with the extra day that we have scheduled on Friday that I was hoping that we wouldn't need. But we're going to take the time that we need to take. But I will also say that the hearing examiner's rules of procedure give me the ability to limit things when information is starting to get cumulative. And as we all know, because we're all licensed to practice before the state and presumably all got a good legal education at the law schools we respectively attended, Dr. Fanning aside, I don't know whether she's a lawyer or not,
No.
but we know that the reason that accumulation is something that's objectionable to is that there's not a scale of evidence, and the person who puts the most evidence on that says the same thing over and over gets extra weight to that. And some of the stuff, Ms. Tack Cooper, that you just talked about, sounds like things that we've already testified to a little bit here. We're getting into accumulation, but we're also starting to stir into those socioeconomic factors. And honestly, I just thought, well, okay, parties need to make their record, but these issues were already ruled on in the motion. So to the extent that I already made that ruling in the motion, if you disagreed with it, you already have your issue for appeal through the motion and through the ruling there. And I don't know that we need to keep making the record on environmental justice and socioeconomic factors over and over again during the course of the hearing. So it's your turn to respond with my added comments there, in addition to what's already been objected to by the applicants. Go ahead.
Right. I understood your ruling to be that you were excluding evidence as to how this project will impact equity or how it might undermine social policy, which is not the purpose for which we are offering
Wasn't
it.
that limited?
Okay.
It wasn't that limited. It was limited to these things, X and Y, are not criteria under SEPA to be determined. And if they are not relevant. And as I said, I do think we're at a crossroads in terms of environmental law. There's all kinds of studies and things being done. There are all kinds of tools being done. The city of Tacoma has them, EPA has them. They were just objected to. But until they are codified, there's nothing I can do with them. And this came up in large fashion at street vacation hearings back in January and early in February. All of the arguments that were made, even though I gave some instruction at the outset of both hearings, were about how it's not fair to the people of South Tacoma, and there are all these social and economic issues and things. And until I'm empowered to include those in my decision making by them being codified, there's nothing I can do with them, even if I think they're great and that they should be considered. I am not the city of Tacoma's legislative body. And I only have the ability to do what I can do. And so anything else is just wasting time and making the hearing. And it wasn't that limited as you're saying right now. So if we're talking about socioeconomic impacts, environmental justice impacts, all those things, unless you can show me where those are codified in SEPA, they are objectionable and I can't do anything with them anyway.
I think we've made our record and I'm ready to move on.
All right.
Okay. Dr. Fanning, based on what you've reviewed, in your opinion, is it possible to conclude from the city's and Bridge Industrial's analysis that the project's air emissions will not cause significant health impacts?
No, we can't conclude that there are not significant health impacts because the current analysis is still insufficient. So based on what I know about heavily trafficked roadways and how near source air emissions from diesel and gasoline vehicles, construction sites affect people's health, a project of this very large scale that is bringing in thousands of diesel and gasoline vehicles into this neighborhood is likely to cause health effects to those people who live closest to the zones of highest impact. So I think I do think that who is affected is relevant from a very quantitative perspective on health harms. If we have evidence that a certain pollutant affects one group differently than another, I think that could be relevant here, but we're gonna leave all that aside. I mean, I guess I conclude overall that this project, as currently written with these current mitigations, is likely to cause health harms to this neighborhood.
Okay, I believe that is all I have for you, Dr. Fanning.
All right, so cross-examination would be next. It is 2:30 essentially. Any idea how long your cross-examination is going to go, Ms. Kaler, of this witness?
I believe it will be short. So I would
Okay.
say less than 20 minutes.
Okay, well, that would be perfect because I'm targeting, just like we did yesterday, breaking at 2:50 for 10 minutes until 3 o'clock. So let's go ahead with cross-examination. As Dr. Fanning's still under oath for these questions too, same as you were for direct examination, take it away on cross.
Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Fanning. I am Courtney Keeler. I'm representing the applicant. I'd first like to just ask you a little bit more about your background and experience. And I am going to once again attempt to share my screen. I just wanted to put your resume up there. I'm not going to take very long, just ask you a couple of questions here about it. Okay. So looking at your resume, when did you get your PhD?
In 1998.
Right. And looking further down, whoops, I'm scrolling in the right direction. It appears that you have worked for the Washington Department of Health. When in 2020 did you start there?
March.
Okay, for maybe a little over 3 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it looks like for the first year of that, you were working on issues regarding fluorescent lights and COVID-19.
Yeah, not exactly what I was hired to do, but our entire agency was mobilized for pandemic response. So toxicology was not of top concern to the agency.
We all kind of worked on COVID-19 for a while.
Oh boy, didn't we?
Then just jumping down 2014 to 2016, you'd indicated that you were a researcher and did expert witness work there for a couple of years. Who was your client?
Earth Justice.
Okay. And was Earth Justice the only entity you did expert witness work for during that time?
Yes.
And was that related to, it looks here on your resume, like a case or a matter that involved crude oil transport operations? Was that the only matter you worked on there?
There were two matters. One didn't go forward, but yes, essentially oil transport operations. Yeah.
Okay. And then looking back in your resume, it looks like the prior to that, your prior position was with UCLA and ranged from 2004 to 2009. So the other experience that you described, was that all prior to 2009?
Other experience I described. During this period, there was Southern California Particle Center work. Yeah. So that was the work on that we did that I mentioned related to NACs for PM 2.5. And I had other duties within the Center for Occupational Environmental Health as well.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to go through my notes to see if I have I have a couple other questions for you. some of the questions that you responded to, you were looking at stipulated exhibit A19. That was the spreadsheet with the calculations by Dr. McCarthy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I just want to confirm you didn't do any independent numerical calculations. Is that right?
No, I did not do a technical analysis for this matter.
Yes. And along those lines, you did not yourself perform any air quality monitoring. I'm sorry, air quality modeling as part of your work here, did you?
No, I reviewed the air quality modeling that was submitted by the applicant in the air quality study and the construction addendum. Well, there's not modeling in that, that's emissions. Sorry.
Thank you. You provided a explanation of the two abbreviations that we've been talking about quite a bit, SQUR and ESL. In your experience, are those metrics typically applied to stationary source emissions?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me just back up. You don't work for the Department of Ecology, correct?
Correct.
And it's the Department of Ecology that applies those standards in the permitting context, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'll just back up and ask you, do you have any knowledge about the Department of Ecology permitting process with regard to air permits?
I have some familiarity. I have not participated in, I have not been called by ecology to comment on a particular air permit, no.
Okay, I won't ask you further questions about that then. Thank you. When you were looking at, well, let me just, actually, I think I don't need to ask you that question, and I do want to be prompt, since I promised the examiner I would be. So I will follow up. You gave some testimony about concerns about emissions from vehicles traveling along South 56th Street from the project. And you said that there would be between 5,000 and 15,000, I think, gas vehicles per day. Is it your understanding that there will be between 5,000 and 15,000 passenger vehicles traveling along South 56th Street?
I was referring to Dr. McCarthy's testimony from this morning, and I am not certain of the numbers precisely in his testimony at this moment. So, but yes, that was meant to be in one of his scenarios where he looks at the maximal expected impact of a particular land use source. There were a very high number of gasoline powered vehicles. And my understanding is those are intended to travel on South 56th.
So is it your understanding then that the entirety of the traffic generation from this project as calculated by Dr. McCarthy will travel on South 56th Street?
No, I think we'd have to put back up the exhibits that show the percents. I think but those percents, I don't know that they were calculated for the particular land use scenario that had the maximal numbers of gasoline vans. So I think it's one of those pieces that we need to go back to in this project to look at those scenarios, get those worst case conditions identified for the city, and then do the dispersion modeling for each of those scenarios, looking at the maximally impacted receptor, taking into account parks and schools, and then get the mitigations in place that are going to protect
And
those
so, Dr. Fanning,
receptors
I
and move this
appreciate
forward.
your continued discussion here, but we're just at this point answering my questions.
Sorry.
And that was not part of my questioning. So my specific question for you was just sitting here today. Do you know how many cars are projected to travel along South 56th Street?
No, I don't think any of us know at this point.
And it's really just for you sitting here today. Do you know?
I do
How many
not
are
know.
projected? All right, great, thank you. And then your response to my last question triggered just one final question for you, or maybe it's a little series of questions. You had indicated your belief that a worst case analysis should be done. Do you have professional experience preparing environmental analysis for air quality environmental analysis for review under the State Environmental Policy Act of a project proposal?
No.
Okay, so your opinion that a worst case analysis should be done is not based on professional experience with SEPA, is that correct?
Correct. Correct. It's based on reviewing impacts from a variety of kinds of air emissions scenarios on public health, but certainly not from preparing in a professional capacity under SEPA. You're correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
All right, Mr. Victor, cross-examination from the city.
Mr. Examiner, all of my questions were taken again.
I have just one short redirect.
Please.
Okay. Dr. Fanning, you were asked on cross about the exceedances of the score shown on Dr. McCarthy's, based on Dr. McCarthy's calculations of emissions. With respect to your testimony that exceedances of the score raise health concerns, do you have the same concerns based on the applicant's analysis showing that project emissions exceed this score?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, I think you are asking me to refer to the applicant's air quality study in which several emissions were identified as exceeding SQUR, given their assumptions about land use and vehicle trips and emissions. And I would say, yes, I'm concerned about those as well.
That's all I have.
All right. Can this witness be released then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony today, Dr. Fanning. Up to you whether you stay at this point forward. So we are at 2:43 now by my clock. So we didn't go all the way up to 2:50. I'm not sure the 7 minutes that we have left prior to 2:50 it would make a whole lot of sense to start questioning of, I believe we're to the appellant's final witness, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. What do you think the chances are that we'll be able to finish with that witness today, Ms. Tech Cooper?
Very good chance. This one should be shorter than all of our other witnesses.
Okay, fantastic. With that in mind, let's take a little bit more of a break, if for no one else's benefit than my own. Let's do that. I need to go get a new ice pack, if nothing else. And just since I have sort of told you what I'm dealing with in this regard, I will state, though, for the record with this, that in spite of the physical pain I'm dealing with, I think my mental faculties are still fine. So if there are concerns about me hearing this in my present condition and all of that, I don't think there are any. If anything, you know, I've heard the expression before that physical pain sharpens the mind. I'm hoping that's the case. I don't think it's making me unable to hear this and decide it ultimately. So, you know, if there are concerns in that regard, I would state that they're not. But I will tell you too that my condition gets worse as the day goes on, in terms of the pain levels that I'm dealing with. So that said, you know, again, we'll take up the issue of when we're going to conclude and whether we're going to extend days or not here at the end of the day. It's housekeeping. So with that said, it's 2:45. Let's take a break until 3. You know, gather your wits about you, go get a afternoon cup of coffee or whatever, visit the restroom. Be back at 3, and we will put at that point on Dr. D'Souza. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we will be in break until 3 p.m. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Are you ready for us to call Dr. D'Souza?
Yes, it was just so completely silent there after I welcomed everyone back. I wasn't sure that I was coming across. So. Yeah, so just note for purposes of the audio record, we've just had our break from 2:45 to 3 on day 2, the 26th of July for the hearing. And we are ready to continue on this afternoon with the examination of Dr. Priyanka D'Souza, if I'm pronouncing that right. And Dr. D'Souza, if you would raise your right hand on the screen, please. The sworn and affirmed testimony about to give as part of this hearing today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and inquire, Ms. Tacoma.
Okay, hi, Dr. D'Souza. While we pull up your CV, which is stipulated Exhibit A45, can you please describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor and master's of technology and energy engineering with a minor in physics from the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. I have an MSc in environmental change and management and an MBA from the University of Oxford and a PhD in urban studies and planning from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
And what work have you done since completing your PhD?
I have been an assistant professor at the Department of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Colorado, Denver.
What courses do you teach there?
I teach the core environmental policy class. I teach environmental justice, data science, and GIS.
Can you please describe your work related to the environmental impacts of warehouses?
Sure. I have a publication where we used data from the California Air Resources Board to analyze the impacts of warehouses on health-related risks, specifically air pollution, noise, traffic density, and traffic collisions in the corresponding census tract. This is a published work. I've also have a preprint out where we evaluated sort of disparities in exposure to pollution that workers experience at home and workplace locations. And one of the key findings of this paper was that warehouse and transportation workers were seeing much higher levels of pollution exposure at workplace locations compared to workers of any other job types in specific states.
And have you done any other work related to the environmental impacts of warehouses?
No, these two are the main ones.
Okay. Do any of the courses that you teach involve public health impacts of projects similar to the bridge industrial one?
In my environmental policy class, we do have a section on environmental justice, where we do talk about emerging environmental justice risks, and warehouses feature as one of them.
Can you please describe any education or training you've received that's applicable to the technical analysis of noise impacts?
I have worked with noise data for the publication that I have mentioned previously. And I'm an engineer, I have a minor in physics, and so we did study how sound propagates in school.
Okay. I'd like to start by showing you stipulated exhibit C7, the December 2021 traffic study prepared by Transportation Engineering Northwest for the applicant. Did you review this report?
I did.
Okay, I'd like to look at table 4 of this report. I believe the table addresses collision data summary by year. Can you please share your understanding of how this report approached the question of the project's probable impact on collisions?
The report did not project the impact of this project on collisions. They presented historical collision data at various intersections around the warehouse. And they calculated collisions per million entering vehicles and found that to be below a threshold. But they did not project the number of additional collisions that the increase in vehicle trips generated by this project would generate.
Okay, I want to ask you briefly about the study's trip generation analysis. I'm going to show you table 6 of stipulated exhibit C7. We heard a lot today about trip generation analysis from Dr. McCarthy. Can you please remind us how many vehicle trips this study estimated are likely to be associated with this project?
So based on using the land use category industrial parks, and assuming that the mean, for the ITE report provides a range of possible trip generation rates for each land use category. This report assumed that the mean rate provided within that range was what the trip generation rate would be. And essentially, the bridge industrial report said that there would be 4,980 new daily weekday trips, including a specific number of truck trips and peak truck trips.
Okay, I think you might be confusing 2 of the reports. I know we've talked about 2 of them today, but the document will speak for itself, so we can move on. Can you explain what, if anything, this report says with respect to how that number of 4,980 daily trips is likely to affect transportation safety?
The report does not project any changes in collisions based on this number.
Okay. How would you expect this warehouse project to impact collisions?
I would expect that with an increase in trips generated, there would be an increase in collisions.
And what is that expectation based on?
It's based on 2 things. One is our paper that found that census tracts with large warehouses resulted in a significant increase in road traffic collisions in the surrounding area, as well as literature published on road safety impact analyses that also posit that with an increase in vehicle traffic, there will be an increase in collisions.
Okay, I'd like to show you exhibit A49. And then ask whether this is one of the studies you just described.
Yes, this is our paper.
Okay, and what was the finding?
Mr. Examiner, I am once again going to object, and I'm not objecting to this paper being introduced for the purpose that is being discussed now. But it does have interspersed in it quite a bit of discussion of environmental justice topics that have been excluded. So I would just request a determination from the examiner that it's being admitted solely for the purpose being discussed here in testimony.
I think that's pretty much a given that it's being introduced to be referenced during testimony. I hope that we've already beat that horse to death in the prior witness's testimony as to whether we're going to start going down those paths again or not. But let's see where we go and see if we need to limit things again or not.
Well, that was pretty much it. I'm just going to ask if there was anything you wanted to add about what this study shows with respect to warehouse impacts on traffic collisions.
And that's perfectly legitimate. So, well, at least it doesn't cross over into the areas we've already been discussing as out of bounds. So let's go ahead. Do you need the question restated, Dr. D'Souza, after all that?
No, I think, Molly, if we just go to table 4, I think that's all we need.
Okay. Ms. Brecht, I don't know if you're pointing the hearing examiner towards the relevant part or if you want to see it right now. Did you want us to pull it up so you can look at it?
No, I mean, our table 4 basically finds significant associations between the presence of the number of warehouses in a census tract and the surrounding noise levels. So that's all that table 4 shows.
And with respect to impact on collisions, is that in a different table?
No, that's
I think you said noise level, so I was just clarifying.
apologies. Sorry, my brain is not working. I meant traffic collisions.
Okay. We will now turn to let's turn to health impacts from noise.
Okay.
And I'd like to start by asking you about the health impacts associated with exposure to noise. Let's look at exhibit B18, which I believe is stipulated, section 2.2, health effects of noise. Okay, so Dr. D'Souza, can you read the highlighted text there on that screen?
In addition to hearing loss, other health effects have been linked to excessive levels of noise, including stress-related illnesses, high blood pressure, and cardiovascular effects. Causal relationships between the above health effects and noise have been established, where the long-term sustained noise exposure is 70 decibels. LDN is basically the average noise over the course of a day or higher, which is equivalent to a daytime sound level of 70 decibels and a nighttime sound level of 60 decibels. Noise,
that's funny. Thank you. Can you please tell us what evidence, if any, is there that sustained exposure to noise levels below 70 decibels LDN can cause adverse health effects?
There is a World Health Organization report which basically says that sustained exposure to road traffic noise above 53 decibels is associated with a wide array of adverse health effects.
Okay, and let's look at exhibit A50. I'm going to ask if this is the World Health Organization study you just described.
Yes.
And does this report describe how the World Health Organization reached this conclusion about adverse health effects from road traffic noise above 53 decibels?
Yes.
Can you summarize how the World Health Organization reached that conclusion?
It essentially collected literature about environmental noise, about the health impacts of environmental noise. It conducted a systematic review of these studies. In the process of conducting this systematic review, it assigned more weight to studies that had less bias or less uncertainty, and produced sort of an overall estimate of the impacts of noise on health.
Okay, let's look at page 11 of the study. Ms. Brechtel, I think then we can skip the table of contents and go to page 11. There we go. Dr. D'Souza, can you tell us what were the prevalent health outcomes that the World Health Organization found were associated with road noise?
Sure. They're listed here: cardiovascular disease, long-term noise annoyance, effects on sleep, cognitive impairment, hearing impairment, adverse birth outcomes, quality of life, well-being and mental health, and various metabolic outcomes.
Okay, and in your professional opinion, is the World Health Organization study a reliable reflection of the state of the science on health impacts from road noise?
Yes.
Can you explain why?
They use a rigorous systematic review conducted by a panel of experts to arrive at this conclusion.
Okay. And what is the relationship between the levels at which noise can cause significant health effects and legal noise limits and thresholds?
So honestly, the legal limits in the city of Tacoma are quite close to the ones recommended by the WHO. They're a couple of decibels higher than the WHO limits, but they are close.
And let's turn now to Exhibit C11, the SSA acoustics noise study that's in the MDNS record. This is a stipulated exhibit. Are you familiar with this study?
Yes.
And what categories of noise associated with Bridge Industrial's warehouse project did SSA Acoustics analyze?
So in this report, they analyzed 4 different kinds of noise. One from truck transit, trucks pulling into a site, traveling to a loading dock, backing into a dock door, etc. Heavy truck idling, engine starting, and air brakes being applied.
And where geographically, well, first let me ask, are there any categories of noise associated with the project that SSA Acoustics excluded from the study?
Yes, off-site noise, vehicles traveling to and from the site, loading activities, forklifts, moving pallets, etc., and backup beepers.
Okay, and where geographically did SSA Acoustics analyze the noise impacts? In other words, like what noise receptors did they analyze?
They looked at the impacts of the 4 categories of noise on the residential area west of buildings A and B. These are the closest Class A residential properties to the project site.
And how did SSA Acoustics estimate the noise levels for the noise categories that they examined?
So they first made an assumption about what the noise at the source of each of these activities would be. For building A, there's already some sort of barrier which provides a muffling effect. So they took that into consideration. And then they evaluated the impact of the distance attenuation of noise on the sound levels experienced at these nearest residential areas. And then they evaluated And then they compared those levels with specific regulatory thresholds.
Okay, and what did SSA Acoustics conclude about the project's impacts on noise?
So even with all of their assumptions, they concluded that for building B, truck transit at night the noise from truck transit at night would exceed regulatory standards, and they did propose a barrier to mitigate noise, to mitigate that noise.
Okay, does the study include the calculations showing why SSA Acoustics believed that the barrier they described would achieve the hoped for reduction in noise levels?
No, it did not. It did not.
Okay, and as far as you know, was their proposed mitigation barrier incorporated into the MDNS as a required condition?
I don't think that I don't think that MDNS requires noise mitigation.
Okay, and did you also do your own analysis of the probable noise impacts associated with the project?
I did.
Okay, and for the record, Dr. D'Souza's summary of technical analysis and noise calculations are stipulated exhibits A46 and A47. Let's look at A47, the spreadsheet of your calculations. Okay, can you tell us what assumptions did you make that were the same as SSA Acoustics?
So I did replicate SSA Acoustics analysis to make sure that I did replicate the analysis. So I did consider the industrial park land use. I used the same noise levels at the source. I used the same receptor distance as they did. I used the same barrier attenuation as they did. In most cases, except for truck idling, I assumed the same event duration as they did. And I'll talk about truck idling in just a second. When replicating their analysis, I also assumed the same sort of truck traffic to each building. Is this the right time to talk about?
So you're talking about the distribution of trips between buildings A and building B?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, by all means, please explain how your analysis was the same or different from SSA Acoustics there.
Okay, so I did, so maybe it makes sense to just explain what I did that was different at this point. And if there's anything that's unclear, please ask me.
Sure.
So I did, let me first talk about truck idling. So for truck idling, SSA Acoustics assumed that truck idling would happen for a few minutes only in the noise report, but the air quality report said that truck idling could happen for as much as 20 minutes. So when evaluating the noise experienced, when evaluating potential exceedances of the 15-minute threshold, of the 15-minute regulatory threshold for noise, I did repeat the analysis for truck idling using using sort of the numbers provided in the air quality report, in addition to the noise report. I did also replicate that analysis, analysis. So that's truck idling. But the other assumptions that I changed was I considered what the noise would be if one considered vehicle generation rates for the other land use, for the other potential land use types that Dr. McCarthy talked about in his testimony. And in addition, for each of these types, the ITE report provides a range of potential trip generation rates. This report considered that the average across those rates was sort of the trip generation rate for each of these land use types, including industrial parks. However, I also considered the maximum trip generation rate from the ITE report corresponding to each of these land use types.
Okay, so you got that data about max observed rates, not from Dr. McCarthy, but from the ITE manual itself.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
And oh, I'm sorry. I also forgot another assumption. So I did consider each assumption separately, but another assumption was in the SSA acoustics report, they just assumed that the total truck traffic would be equally distributed between each building, despite the fact that different buildings had different areas. Building B in particular was much larger than the others. And so it stood to reason for me that maybe the truck traffic was not equally distributed between buildings, but the traffic to building B might be higher because of its larger area. And so I also considered truck traffic weighted by the corresponding area of each building as sort of the truck traffic at buildings A and B.
Okay. Can you take us through the columns in your spreadsheet and just help us understand what they reflect?
Sure. So LPS is basically sound pressure at source, which is from Bridge Industrial. The reference distance and the receiving distance are also from the original report. The distance attenuation then sort of is an estimate of how much the noise would reduce at the corresponding receptor because of its distance from the site. I then consider a barrier attenuation. All of these numbers are in the SSA report. The event duration is also from the SSA report. And so from that, I calculate the sound exposure level, which is essentially the acoustic energy if the event had occurred within a 1 second time period. And then I consider the number of events that would be producing this noise. So that's events per hour based on the average peak rate. This is exactly what SSA acoustics assumed. And so given that these events would sort of be occurring across the hour, I calculated sort of the hourly L equivalent at the receiver, which is essentially sort of what the constant noise level would be for the same sort of energy, which is basically a number that we can compare with the hourly threshold that SSA used.
So, okay, so just so I understand, column K is based on the assumptions in column J, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Brechtel, could you scroll to the right, please? Okay, and so what did you do in column L here?
Yes, so column K is essentially corresponds to the same analysis that SSA acoustics did. The only with the only addition being that we repeated the analysis for vehicle generation rates for different other land use types. Column L now makes an assumption that instead of the truck traffic being equally distributed across buildings, it's proportional to sort of the area of each building. And so based on that new based on the new number of events, column M calculates the hourly L equivalent at receiver.
Okay.
And then for N, I again follow SSA acoustics analysis to the letter. All that I do is, instead of using the mean vehicle generation rates from the ITE report, I use the maximum number of events, the maximum number of the maximum vehicle generation rate for that land use category.
And okay, and what is column O?
Column O then corresponds to the assumption made in column N.
All right, and what about column P?
And column P essentially takes that maximum number of events per hour and it weights it by, and it assumes that truck traffic is proportional to the area of each building. And column Q essentially is based on column P.
All right, and can you explain the color highlighting on your spreadsheet?
Yeah, the yellow indicates that the numbers produced are higher than that in the SSA acoustics report.
Okay, and what about the orange highlighting?
And the orange indicates that the value is above the threshold.
The legal threshold, is that
The,
what
the
you-
legal threshold that SSA acoustics used in their report as well.
Okay, and what did you learn from your analysis about the project's likely noise impacts?
Our analysis my analysis concludes that it is likely it is not at all clear to me that the project's noise level, that the noise levels produced by the project will be lower than the regulatory threshold.
Okay. And how do the noise levels that you measured compare to ambient levels of noise?
Yeah, they in many cases are similar. So I think the daytime ambient noise measured by SSA acoustics was between 47 and 51 decibels, and during the nighttime it was between 41 and 42. And in many scenarios, ambient levels of noise would be, the project would be producing more noise than ambient levels.
Based on your analysis, what conclusions can you draw about whether the project is reasonably likely to have more than moderate noise impacts?
I think it is very likely.
Okay, I want to ask you briefly about the recent Landau Associates study that was filed at the same time as your technical analysis. Have you had a chance to review the newer study?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell us how this new study's analysis of noise differs from SSA Acoustics study?
So honestly, I had a hard time reading the new study because it was very light on details. And here's how it differed. It evaluated like a different set of receptors. It evaluated the noise impacts at a different set of receptors compared to the original report. It did not provide sort of the distances of those receptors from each building in the way that the original report did. So it was very hard to replicate the analysis. Secondly, the analysis did not actually define what the sources of noise were that they considered. Third, they only looked at sort of exceedances above the 15-minute threshold, but they didn't consider the other, they did consider if the noise exceeded ambient by a certain threshold, but it didn't consider the 1.5 minutes threshold or the hourly threshold that the original report considered. And finally, again, another reason why I found it very hard to replicate the report was it didn't specify the sources of noise. And so for all of those reasons, what I am saying is just based on the text of the report, not on any calculations.
Okay. What did the Landau study assume with respect to how trucks would be distributed between buildings A and buildings B?
Thank you for bringing that up. They did make a better assumption. They did assume that the trucks were not going to be equally distributed between buildings as the original report did, but they assumed that the truck traffic would be directly proportional to the number of loading docks in each building.
Right, and did the Landau study make the same assumptions about barriers that would attenuate the sound from the project?
Honestly, I am not sure.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you say it wasn't clear? I think
Wasn't.
Okay. Does your review of the Landau study change your conclusion that the project is reasonably likely to have more than moderate noise impacts?
I don't see how the Landau study negates the SSA acoustic study. And therefore, like my And therefore I've really used the SSA acoustic study as, I've really dug into it, and based on, making a set of different assumptions, I do find that in many, many scenarios, the regulatory thresholds are going to be exceeded. And on the basis of that, I think it warrants further study.
Okay. And so your calculations did not account for the new barrier that SSA Acoustics recommended be built. Is that correct?
It did not.
Okay. If you can you explain how your calculations would differ if you took into account that recommended barrier?
Sure. All that you'd have to do is take my spreadsheet. The barrier was going to be for noise building B. And in noise building B, in the barrier attenuation column, which I think is 0, I'm pretty sure is 0 for in sort of sorry, you'll have to scroll down. So in the SSA acoustic study as well, they considered the barrier, and I think the barrier column is sort of hidden.
Is it further to the left or to the
I think it's
right?
I
think it might be between E and J, maybe further left.
So yeah, so the barrier attenuation was 0. It would be -10 here. And all you'd have to do is replace the zeros with -10. And in a quick calculation before this, I found that even if one considered this barrier, the equivalent levels at the receiver would still be high, and in some scenarios above the regulatory threshold.
Okay. Is there anything I forgot to ask you about that you want to add to the opinions you've shared here today?
No, I think you've covered everything.
Okay, in that case, I would move into evidence for solely the purposes for which we've discussed them, exhibits A49, Dr. D'Souza's study, and A50, the World Health Organization report.
With that limitation, no objection. I will note exhibit A50 is 181 pages, and I believe only one page was referenced.
So with no objections and with the limitations offered by the offering party, A49 and A50 will be admitted. Unless the city had something on it. I
No
don't
objection.
All
No
right.
objection.
So they are admitted for the purposes stated.
And we have nothing further for Dr. D'Souza.
All right, cross-examination for Dr. D'Souza.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. D'Souza. I am Courtney Keeler, and I'm representing the applicant for this project. If you've been here for other testimony, you've probably heard that already. I don't think I'm going to have to keep you long here, but I do have a few questions for you. First, I understand from your testimony about your experience that you're currently teaching in Colorado. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've done work in a variety of other locations, it looks like. I am wondering, in the state of Washington, have you ever performed analysis of a development proposal for purposes of land use permitting in the state of Washington?
I have not.
Okay. Have you ever performed analysis for purposes of review under the Washington State Environmental Policy Act?
I have not.
Okay. Have you been to the subject property?
I have not.
Okay. Have you been to the city of Tacoma?
I have not.
Okay. So other than this study that that's contained in the exhibits that we have have been introduced and that you have discussed, specifically your noise analysis for this project. And I'm just looking to be sure I can reference the exhibit numbers correctly. That would be exhibit A46 and A47. Other than that, have you performed what I will call a project-specific noise analysis? So an analysis of the noise generated by a single development project on surrounding receptors. Have you performed that kind of noise analysis before?
I mean, look, not in the context of a project, but as an academic exercise, yes.
And so my question really was in the context of a project, and I heard, and you're shaking your head. Does that mean no?
No, I have not done it in the context of a project.
Thank you. And along those lines, are you aware that there are computer programs that can model noise impacts from a development project?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Have you ever utilized a computer program to model the noise impacts of a development project?
I have not.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you a similar question with regard to traffic. Have you ever performed a traffic impact analysis for that evaluates the impacts of a particular development project? And I will just let you know what I mean by traffic impact analysis so that I'm clear. I mean an analysis that looks at existing conditions, the trip generation, the trip distribution, and impacts to traffic level of service based on the project. Have you ever performed a traffic impact analysis such as that?
I have not.
Okay. And I will ask specifically then with regard to safety and traffic safety. Have you performed a study other than your testimony here today and your work on this project of the impacts on safety of a particular development project?
I have looked at the impacts of large warehouses having square footage of greater than 10,000 square feet on traffic collisions in Southern California, but that is the extent of it.
Okay. And so what you're referring to is what we have identified as Exhibit A49, which is your paper, the environmental and traffic impacts of warehouses in California, correct?
Yes.
All right, and I'm just going to pull that up here and share my screen for a moment. Pardon me while I get that done. Okay. And so I think the paragraph that we are talking about specifically is paragraph 3.3. Is that correct? That you are using data, collision data from that is specific to California and is not specific to a particular project, it's just general information from the state of California.
That is correct.
Okay. And so there is nothing about the study that you did in the report that we were just looking at that specifically evaluates traffic safety in connection with this project the Bridge Industrial project here in Tacoma. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. And during your testimony, you referred to Dr. McCarthy's work and his Excel spreadsheet and the information that's contained in that. Did you base your conclusions on Dr. McCarthy's calculations for traffic?
The only thing that I took from Dr. McCarthy's analysis is what land use categories to consider. But all of the numbers in terms of the trip generation rates, after I took the land use categories that to consider, were based from the ITE 11th edition report.
Okay, thank you. And then just following up on your testimony about your study that we just discussed, is my understanding of your testimony correct that what you were looking at was essentially census tracts that contained large warehouses?
That is with respect to my publication, not the analysis, not the Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, thank you. If I was unclear, I was referring to your publication.
Yes.
Thank you. You testified about Exhibit A50, which is the World Health Organization Environmental Noise Guidelines. Do you know if those guidelines have been adopted by the city of Tacoma?
They have not. The guidelines of the city of Tacoma are in the SSA acoustics report, and I have used those guidelines, those regulatory thresholds to compare my numbers to. The WHO report was just in response to a paragraph in the Landau report that said that it was 70 decibels, but it had nothing to do with the analysis that I did.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware, have those guidelines been adopted by the State Department of Ecology?
I do not know.
Okay. Are you familiar with the guidelines adopted by the State Department of Ecology?
I only know the thresholds used in the report, and I have not looked for further thresholds. So my answer to that is, if they differ from the ones that SSA acoustics use, then no.
So is it safe to say then that your knowledge about the thresholds for noise levels that are used in the state of Washington is derived from the SSA report?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
City of Tacoma,
I have no cross, Mr. Examiner.
is there redirect?
None.
Was that a none?
That's correct. No redirect.
Okay. So are we to the place where the appellant rests?
We are.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Souza.
Well, that's thank you for your testimony today, Dr. D'Souza. I'm assuming, as with the appellant's other witnesses, that it's your call at this point whether you stay on or not, but the appellant will let me know if I'm incorrect.
Oh, thank you, Dr. D'Souza. We don't need you to stay.
Thank you.
Well,
I'm
did
sorry.
I say
You said
applicant?
appellant, not applicant.
I meant
I think I was.
appellants.
Yeah.
And we.
But it's nice to know that the applicant doesn't
Yes.
need to stay.
You're free to go, Dr. D'Souza. Thank you.
The city wants to weigh in on that too, I suppose. Mr. Victor can unmute and let us know.
No, nothing from the city. We don't need to retain Dr. D'Souza.
So we are at a place where we are transitioning. Time to take stock, I guess, for a moment. It is 3:47. Counsel for the applicant raised the question of extended hours earlier today. Yesterday, I think with the additional time spent converting the Zoom files and getting those out to the parties as they had requested, I saw that we went yesterday for the total hearing time was about 6 hours and 10 minutes. And I will tell you, well, I think I already did tell you, towards the end of the day yesterday when we were getting ready to conclude, I was rather grateful that we were ending at that point. And I will tell you that, you know, I stated earlier today that my present condition, I don't think is impairing my ability to hear this hearing at all. But I did also state that things get worse for me as the day goes on. And the longer I'm sitting, the worse it gets. So, you know, there are some limitations that I have, and you know, this whole thing here right now, in fairness to the parties and in being completely honest with myself, if we were to say, yeah, we're going to push on until 6 o'clock or something tonight, I do think that at some point my effectiveness may be somewhat, I hate to use the word impaired as a former DUI prosecutor for years, but last century, long time ago, but still. So, you know, there is that to take into consideration, because I want to be able to give my full attention to what's being presented. And at the same time, I would like to see us finish within the time allotted. We are transitioning now at this point to presentation of the applicant's case. My recollection, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I can pull up the witness list again here in a minute. We've had 2 of applicant's witnesses already, but I think we still have maybe 8 more. Is that correct, Ms. Kaler?
It is, Mr. Examiner, and we have been really making efforts to condense the testimony and to determine whether there are any witnesses that we don't need. I will say that there were a number of appellant's witnesses who testified across multiple subject matters. And on our side, we have for each of those individual subject matters, our witnesses who, you know, have many years of experience in those particular areas. And so we do feel that in order to adequately respond, we're going to need to put on all those 8 witnesses. We will try and make it as quick as we can.
Right. Do you have any kind of an estimate as to how long, the day, more than a day? And again, you know, I'm not going to hold you to it, because it's going to take the amount of time that it takes. And I'm certainly willing to put that in. But again, I want to be able to say unabashedly and unreservedly that my time in the chair listening to the witnesses and taking it in as a decision maker, you know, both as trier of fact and trier of law in this kind of a situation, that I'm at my most effective for that.
I will say there's a little bit of uncertainty because we don't know how long cross-examination will take. But I would say that I would anticipate our witnesses' testimony taking a minimum of 1 day, and quite possibly sliding into the beginning of a second part of the day. Although, as I said, we're going to try to be as efficient as possible.
So when you say putting on your testimony, you mean your testimony eliciting from those witnesses alone, with not counting cross-examination? Is that right?
Oh, no, I was trying to build in some time for cross-examination.
Okay.
That was my goal.
And let me say this about, you know, direct versus cross-examination. In my mind, odd place that it is sometimes, cross-examination shouldn't go longer than direct, and to this point it hasn't. And so, you know, the expectations of how that's all supposed to unfold that I have been breached or whatever we want to call it. So, Mr. Victor, what's the city anticipating in terms of its presentation, its witnesses?
Well, and this is where it gets difficult, Mr. Examiner. I mean, I would anticipate, I have 5 witnesses. Each of them relates to, what I'll call an assignment of error by the appellants. And I would expect, as Ms. Kaler did, including some cross, about a day. I'm losing one, however, temporarily on Friday, and that is my wetland habitat biologist. So I also share the examiner's.
Is that Ms. Kluge?
It is.
We need to take her out of order then tomorrow.
Okay, absolutely. But I also share the examiner's lack of enthusiasm for, going until 6 o'clock or something, because I've found that in the past to not be very productive. So it's the examiner's decision, but
it's human nature that the later and longer we go on a mentally taxing exercise, such as the one we're all engaged in right now, that our effectiveness and our ability, our focus, our attention tends to taper off. And I've already been very candid with all of you with what I'm dealing with right now. And like I said, it gets worse as the day goes on. It gets worse as the day goes on if I'm sitting like I am right now. So, in fairness to you, who demand my attention and deserve my full attention, and in fairness to my own self, in terms of the level of pain and discomfort that I deal with, as just from the start of the day, but as the day wears on, getting worse. I just don't know if it's going to be wise to try to extend days. Now, that said, if we get through the end of the day on Friday and we're not done, I've had to do this before. I've represented parties in front of hearing examiners where it's had to be done before, where we find additional days. And I will tell you right now that next week, let me just pull my Outlook back up again so that I'm making sure I'm precise here. We try to do something on Monday the 31st. I would have to not be present at meetings that I'm normally supposed to be present at. And I do have a pre-hearing conference at 2 p.m. that afternoon. So Monday isn't terribly viable. Tuesday isn't terribly viable either because I'm presenting at a CLE that day. Wednesday, I would have the afternoon. Thursday, I would have the afternoon. And Friday, we would have the whole day if we needed it. So that's what we're looking at right now. I'd love it if we can conclude by the end of the day Friday this week. But in anticipating that might not happen, I did look ahead. So that's where we're at. I don't want anybody to make decisions on things right now. I will tell you that my preference would be to not extend days later on into the evening past 5. I would be willing to start earlier tomorrow at about 8:30 if we wanted to do that. Give us an extra 30 minutes. The hearing's been noticed to start at 9 o'clock. It isn't a public hearing from the sense that it has statutory and codified notice requirements. There might be some people in the observer gallery who aren't here right now and join at 9 and miss the first half hour. But quite honestly, we've got observers who are coming in and out all day long. If we do decide to start a half hour, let's tell the observers who are still here with us, get the word out. If people are wanting to be present at the first, crack of, at the ringing of the bell on Thursday morning, we could do that at 8:30 instead of 9. What do the parties think about that?
Appellants would be fine starting at 8:30. We'd also be happy to cut the lunch hour down a bit. If we cut it to half an hour, no, okay.
No, I need the time.
For the
I
applicant,
appreciate the offer of that, but I don't, I need the time in my current state.
for the applicant, we would also be fine starting at 8:30 tomorrow. I know if we end up going past this week, we potentially start to lose some witnesses for various reasons. But I have not polled all of our witnesses, so and particularly the ones who might go at the end. So we will do that and look at folks' schedules next Wednesday afternoon, Thursday afternoon, or Friday, just hoping obviously that we get things done this week, but we will look at everybody's schedules, and if there are issues or concerns, we can talk about it perhaps tomorrow.
All right. And that kind of looking at schedules that Ms. Kaler mentioned she's going to do would be incumbent on everyone. Mr. Victor already mentioned his Kluge's situation, and we can try to take her out of order tomorrow. I will note that I already gave you my times for the week after. The following week after that, God forbid we have to go out that far, but if we do, we do. The following week, the week of August 7th through the 11th, I'm pretty good that week. So if we have to go out that far, I have a lot more flexibility. Hopefully some of the treatment that I'm getting next week will have kicked in and I'll be in tip-top shape that week. But again, God forbid we have to go out that far if that's the case. But if we do, we do. So just noting that, got a lot of available times that week. All right. So anybody else want to weigh in on anything in terms of schedule and completion and how much time it's going to take and all that?
Just quickly, Mr. Examiner, we are confirming 8:30 tomorrow and potentially Friday.
Well, yes. You hadn't weighed in on that yet, Mr. Victor, so I want you to weigh in. Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that. And as you can imagine, Mr. Examiner, having city employees as witnesses, people have schedules and things planned here. And so
yep.
I have great enthusiasm for making the time we have work as opposed to extending, because at that point, then we start to, things begin to unravel. So,
yeah, well, and I'll, if we get to that point, I will give some instructions on how not to unravel for my purposes, because in at least one situation I've had where we had to go to extended days that I was a part of. We had one party use that time to go out and do a whole bunch of additional analysis and bring back a whole bunch of brand new stuff and say, but it's rebuttal. And I was not too keen on that, I'll just say.
I am known for the economy of my presentations, so I will do my part.
I wouldn't disagree with that, having had you appear in front of me several times at this point. So I'm trusting on that. But again, like I said, we'll take the time that's needed to be taken. So 8:30 tomorrow, we will start. And I would hope that maybe on Friday as well, we could do an 8:30 start time. That gives us one additional hour to play with that we don't have under the current schedule. So hopefully we can do that. And for today, then, we're moving to presentation of the applicant's case. Ms. Kaler, who is the applicant's first witness? Let me get back to that screen.
The next witness is actually a witness that Mr. Cartman will handle, Cheryl Ebsworth.
Okay. And I'm guessing you probably have more than a half hour of testimony from her, but
we may not actually.
Okay, well, let's do this. And Mr. Victor raised a good point. City staff, many of which are union, have union parameters on what they can and can't do, and what if they do sometimes gets people like me in trouble. And at least one of my staff, my staff consists of 1.5 full-time employees, but one of those is union, and so there are time constraints that go there. So what I would like to do is I'd like to take testimony from Ms. Ebsworth until 4:30, and then try to wrap things up today, because I will tell you, and you may have already deduced this from how often I'm changing positions here on the screen. I'd love to wrap it up at 4:30 today, but we'll see where we are with Ms. Ebsworth. We could continue on until about 4:45 if we needed to. And with that said, the closed captioning is getting in the way of names here at the bottom of the screen. I presume that's Ms. Ebsworth who just joined us on the bottom of the screen there. Let's go ahead and get her sworn in and take some testimony from her and see if we can get through direct at least. And then we could come back for cross at 8:30 in the morning. So, Ms. Ebsworth, if you'd raise your right hand on the screen, please. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give as part of this hearing today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Karpman, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Ebsworth.
Good afternoon.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Cheryl Ebsworth. Ebsworth is spelled E-B-S-W-O-R-T-H.
Thank you. And Ms. Ebsworth, I'm showing you Exhibit B1. What is this?
This is my resume with Barkhausen Consulting Engineers.
And can you please describe your education and your experience?
Yeah, I graduated from Western Washington University with a degree in environmental planning and policy. I've worked in the region as an urban land use planner and project manager for the past 18 years. I work on specific land use applications like environmental impact statements, comprehensive plan amendments, annexations, rezones, conditional use permits. And then I also perform land and project feasibility analysis and obtain permit entitlements for a variety of projects, including residential, commercial, civic, industrial, and resource-based uses. For the past 5 years, I've volunteered my time as a City of Sumner Design Commissioner, and I've been chairing that commission for the past year.
Thank you. Ms. Ebsworth, what work have you completed with regard to the project under discussion today?
On this project, I coordinated with the subconsultants and Barkhausen engineers for studies and clarifications as needed to compile their technical information into the city applications and forms. I prepared the August 2022 dated environmental checklist. And then as we move forward, I confirmed the zoning and the permitted uses and the development standards for the site. I help ensure that applications we provide to the city are complete, and I track review and responses to those city comments. And I coordinate and track the related city permits for the project.
Thank you. Ms. Ebsworth, I'm now going to pull up Exhibit C7. This is the traffic study, but I'm not going to ask you to discuss traffic. I'm just pulling up for purposes of this image that's on PDF page 9. Using this image as may be useful, could you describe the area in which the project site is located and identify some of the relevant features?
Yeah, so this aerial image kind of orients the site in a larger context. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll see that the site is west of I-5, but it's also south of Highway 16. And so those are two major highways that provide access to the site. Maybe that doesn't go far enough in that image. But more specifically, this site is in the South Tacoma neighborhood. And it's worth noting that the mixed use centers for the Tacoma Mall and the South Tacoma Way Mixed Use Center are commercial nodes that are adjacent to the east of the site. And generally the site is bound, pretty close to South 56 for its south border. There is a steep slope near Tyler Street that is the west border. Tacoma Public Utilities and then that leg that goes up for an access road to South 35th is the northbound of the project. And the east side is generally by the BNSF Railroad.
Thanks. So that you identified South 56th Street, Ms. Ebsworth, is that the street located to the south of the project site?
Yeah.
And then you mentioned South Tyler Street. That's located on the west side?
Yes.
And South Tacoma Way and South Washington Street are to the east.
Yes.
Thank you. And then you mentioned Highway 16, but I wasn't on the right part of the graphic. That's this highway up at the north end here.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Ebsworth, could you briefly summarize the history of the site and historic uses?
Yeah, so the site has been used as a BNSF rail yard. They dismantled and manufactured metals foundry operations. And that occurred as early as 1890s up through the late 1970s. There's other witnesses that will speak to the specifics of the Superfund site and remediation plans associated with that use. But it was important for planning purposes because I understand that EPA has a stated goal for Superfund sites. That program is supposed to be returning hazardous sites to safe and productive uses without adversely affecting the cleanup remedy. So that's why I understand the industrial zoning and the overlays on this site are appropriate. That productive economic use of the site moving forward was always a goal. And this project is now accomplishing that final goal for the site.
Thank you. Sorry. Ms. Ebsworth, I am now going to show you exhibit B33. You were seeing that. Are you familiar with this image?
Yeah.
Just first, what is this image? And then I'll ask you to discuss some of the specific features.
Okay, this is an aerial view of the property site from the south looking north.
And in terms of the surrounding uses that you were discussing, is there anything you'd like to point out?
Yeah, this gives you a good view of sort of the site is largely identified by the denuded sort of grass area that's in brown, the developed portions of the site. So if you follow that from South 56th all the way up, if we start to the north, you'll see a Tacoma Public Utilities sort of lay down construction yard off in the distance at the top of center of this picture. And that is generally the north line and the north adjacent use. The south uses and the uses that are somewhat central to the site are metal fabrications, plastics manufacturing, warehousing, lumber, wood and paper manufacturing. And there is also some food manufacturing and processing that happens up against 56.
Just to stop you for a second, Ms. Ebsworth, you mentioned TPU. What does that stand for?
That's Tacoma Public Utilities.
And is the laydown yard that you mentioned located, you said in the upper center of this picture, just at the above the brown grassy area that you described as the project site?
Yes.
And the uses that you were describing after that in the south or central area, are those the buildings that are located in the central part of the image with the brown grassy area just above and to the left of those?
Yes.
And are those part of the project site or separate properties?
Those are adjacent properties that are separate from the site.
And you mentioned South 56th Street. Is that the street that's running horizontally along the bottom of the image?
It is.
Thank you. Are there any uses you'd like to point out to the east?
Yeah, so the railroad is the east limits and a lot of locations for the site. And then past the railroad, there will be, there's more metal fabrication, auto dealerships, warehousing, and manufacturing that occurs on that portion of the city.
And is the railroad essentially the eastern boundary of the property adjacent to these 5 small horizontal buildings near the center of the image?
Yeah, that's south of the project, but if you go north of that where you see the brown grass area, that's where the project site starts, and then it follows that curve up to the north.
Thank you. And then you mentioned a steep slope area. Where is that?
So if we go to the other side of the site, so the west side, there's a critical area that we're preserving and enhancing, and that part of within that area there is a steep slope, and that is between the site and South Tyler Street, and that starts the southern portion of the site is most adjacent to a contractor yard. And if you're going along South Tyler Street, you see that contractor yard in this image, and then you see where that ends, there's some trees, and that green area becomes wider. That is where the slope gets steeper and I guess more tall before you get to the road. So in this area, that vertical difference starts being in the order of 60 to 65 feet as you round that corner.
Thank you. So there's an intersection with crosswalks visible near the bottom left of this image. Is the road that's running north of that, so straight towards the top of the image, is that South Tyler Street?
It is.
And then the contractor yard that you mentioned, is that off of South Tyler Street to the right?
It is.
And then I think the treat area that you described is towards the top. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. We're going to talk about a couple of other images in this exhibit. I would like to move for admission of the exhibit. I can do that now, or we can talk about all the images first. The appellants would have no objection.
No objection.
Thank you. So this is B33.
Submitted.
I'm going now to the next page, Ms. Ebsworth. This is page 5 of the document. What's this image showing?
This is showing a view of the property from the north looking south.
What is what looks like a partial parking lot area that's visible towards the lower left bottom of this image?
That is the Tacoma Public Utilities laydown yard that we discussed earlier.
And what is directly above that image, or directly to the south? I'm sorry, that laydown yard, or directly to the south of that?
Directly to the south of the, oh yeah, which is up in this video.
Yes.
I got turned around. That relatively large square patch is the existing capped and contaminated soil per the prior remediation plan that's in place.
Thank you. I'm going to go now to the next page, page 6. Ms. Ebsworth, first, where is this image from?
This is a Google Earth image from the end of Burlington Street.
Burlington Way?
Yeah, Burlington.
And going back to page 4, do you see the 5 horizontal buildings that I was mentioning earlier on the sort of right center of the site adjacent to the railroad?
Yes.
And do you see the road just to the left of that terminates in a circular drive area towards the center of this image?
Yeah.
And is that where the image on page 6 was taken from?
That is.
Have you been to that spot?
I have.
And is this image consistent with what you saw when you were there?
It is.
And is there anything you'd like to point out in this image?
Well, this image helps give you some human scale on the size of this site. You know, when we're looking at site plans, it's easy to miss that. You can see in the distance that large hillside on the west and the trees that are on there. You can also see the metal fabrication building that's located to the north east of the site.
And that's the building located on the right side of this image?
Yeah.
Just one more image I want to show you from this document. This is page 7. What is this showing, Ms. Ebsworth?
This is the view from South Tyler Street near the intersection of South 41st Street. That crosswalk connects to South 41st Street. And this is an image that I took.
And so this is on the west side of the subject property?
Yes.
And is there anything you'd like to point out in this image?
Well, it's of note that when you're on the top of that slope from there, you're not seeing the site because you're so much higher. And in fact, you're seeing some tree tops because the slope is so tall. And there are some fence posts that were being installed that day for fencing that is likely installed at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Ebsworth, I'm now going to go to stipulated exhibit B32. And this is, we supplemented this with a version of this image, this first image that has some additional features. Can you describe where this is from and what this is showing?
Yeah, this is a screenshot from the City Tacoma GIS website, and it's a view that shows the land use designations for the site, and those are derived from a citywide analysis that's contained within the city comprehensive plan known as One Tacoma.
Yep. Can you point out the project site on this image?
Yeah, our project site is located within the dark gray heavy industrial coloring that's swoops from the Nally Valley following the highway, and portions of the west part of the site are also in a park open space designation. in that purple.
Do you see the what looks like a black dot with a light blue circle around it?
Yeah,
Is that on the project site?
it is.
And what's the significance of the open space designation that you just mentioned?
It's the city acknowledging that there is some area there to be preserved, and that can be implemented within any zoning designation.
Is there anything else on this image that you'd like to point out?
I do. I think it's it identifies the whole South Tacoma industrial area, and it shows that there's a connection up to the port of Tacoma to the northeast, which also has the same land use designation. That's part of the reason why I understand this to make sense in this location for the city.
Thank you. I'm going to go now to page 3 of this exhibit B32. Ms. Ebsworth, what is this?
This is the implementing zoning for the land use designations that you showed previously from the City of Tacoma GIS website.
And what is the designation that applies to the project site?
On this, it's the dark purple that's labeled as M2 heavy industrial.
And then I'm going to move Ms. Ebsworth to page 4 of this exhibit. What is this showing?
This is also from the same Tacoma GIS website, and this depicts zoning overlays, which are connected to Title 13 City of Tacoma zoning regulations. And this map shows the site as being within the South Tacoma Manufacturing Industrial Center overlay. And it's not clicked on here, but I think we've seen from prior testimony that this whole area is also within the overlay that's right below that in the legend, right below the STMIC, there's the STGPD, South Tacoma Groundwater Protection Overlay, and that also applies.
Both of those overlays apply here?
Yes.
Ms. Ebsworth, I was going to ask you to look at some language from the code about those overlay districts, but perhaps in deference to time, I'll just ask you, are you familiar with the code requirements that apply to both of those overlay districts?
I am.
And is it your understanding that the project is consistent with the applicable requirements of both of those overlay districts?
It is. And in fact, the South Tacoma MIC overlay is specifically in place to protect these and preserve these lands for industrial uses. And the South Tacoma Groundwater Protection District overlay is in place to make sure that those industrial uses that should be here still protect groundwater. And so it does limit the types of uses that are allowed in order to ensure that that's the case.
Thank you. I'm now going to go, Ms. Ebsworth, to exhibit C3, and I'm imagining the text is too small to read here, but can you please describe what this is showing and give us an introduction to the project that is proposed? And if you'd like me to zoom in on any portion of this graphic, please let me know.
Okay. Well, this is the resulting site layout for the project that's fulfilling the EPA goal of returning hazardous sites to safe and productive uses without adversely affecting the cleanup remedy, and fulfilling the intent of the M2 zone with the South Tacoma MIC and South Tacoma Groundwater Protection District overlays by providing an industrial park development on the site. So this resulting layout is over 150 acres. And because it's so large, it can support these 4 speculative warehouse buildings that we've shown on this layout. And that accounts for about 2.5 million square feet. These buildings are not asking for any zoning variations, and they're not pushing the limits of what's allowed in the zone. They're meeting all the zoning requirements. And the design of the buildings really speak to the industrial park use that's proposed. Each building is designed to accommodate multiple tenants. You can see that at the corners, there's little gray squares. Those are office nodes because these are supposed to be split up by multiple users. The building construction type is tilt-up concrete, which is also specific to warehouse use and precludes some other more heavy industrial type uses. The site layout itself considered the critical areas that are located to the west, as well as the residential that's located on the top of that slope to the northwest. And it did that by relocating the Madison Street and Burlington Street access points to South 35th Street to the east side of the site. And so you'll see that the main access through the site has been relocated. And that's possible because we're looking at such a large site coming in at one time for development. And then this new alignment also allows for pedestrian connections to go from South 56 to South 35th Street, which is going to be an improvement for the pedestrian connections to like the Sound Transit station that's located south of the site. This layout necessarily has to accommodate truck turning movements and trailer storage parking. And so it's been designed in order to have those large radiuses, as well as cars for employees. But with that said, with working with the city, this layout also maximizes every single landscape island there for planting of trees. That was made the priority. So while Tacoma Municipal Code acknowledges that industrial uses need more room for maneuvering, and so it requires 5% of parking lot areas to be landscaped with tree coverage. Through the SEPA process and working with the city, we are obtaining 30% tree coverage in the same area. And so that has really changed and the way the site plan looks and where we're putting trees in. The intent is for us to be able to meet that requirement as it's outlined in the SEPA. We've done that by quantifying every landscape island we've got and taking a canopy average from the Tacoma's Urban Forestry Manual to make sure that we can get to that percentage, and it does look achievable. And lastly, because this is one large 150-acre site, we've got not only the benefit of relocating that road, but we can also really preserve and improve that critical area that's located to the west. That's going to be done initially, one time up front, whereas if this came in with separate projects, you know, developing distinct parts of the site, that improvement might have been done in pieces over time. And it's a lot better for the preservation of this that it's done initially, so it has time to grow while the site's being developed. And it can be the habitat benefits from being a larger area. Because the scale of this gets lost a lot, I do want to point out that this is about 36 acres of preservation and enhanced habitat biodiversity area.
That's the critical area. That is the 36 acres.
That's going to be the area around it that's protected and preserved as part of it.
Thank you. Just a couple other things to ask you, Ms. Ebsworth. You mentioned earlier that the proposal is for the phrase you used was speculative warehouse buildings. What does that mean?
That means that these are built generally for various types of industrial users, and when they're leased out, those tenants come in and they do specific tenant improvements to their leased space. And then at that time, they would get extra permitting for those building permit changes. And that's when the city reviews the use that they're proposing to make sure it's in line with the permits that we've obtained for the site.
And so for the site, as for the speculative warehouses buildings that are being proposed thus far, what are the city permits that are required?
Right now, this permit is a critical area permit for the proposed improvements in those buffers and critical areas, as well as fill and grade permits, site development and work order permits that allow for fine grading on the site and utilities like storm, water, and sewer, and the road connections, as well as building permits.
And have building permits been submitted?
Yes, they
Or
have.
building permit applications, excuse me?
Yep, they were submitted in June of 2022. So those are complete applications waiting for the process, and they are consistent with what we have shown in our SEPA documents today.
Can you say more about what you mean by that last phrase? What is what's the significance of that being consistent with the SEPA documents?
Yeah, so we talked generally about some of the neutral colors that would be used and the building materials like the concrete tilt up and the heights that we anticipated, and those building permits are all in line with those anticipated items in the SEPA.
And are the specifications that you've discussed that are in the building permit applications, does that will the applicant be required to construct this project in accordance with what's in the building permit applications?
Yeah, if they're going to build that building, yeah, they would have to submit different building permit applications if they want to change it.
Finally, Ms. Ebsworth, you touched on this, but is there a height limit that applies on this site in the M2 zone?
It's a little convoluted in code. It says you can go up to 100 feet, and then for every, I think, 1 foot you're set back, you can go up 4 feet higher. So I haven't gone from the edges of our site to our building to see how high, but we're nowhere near the 100-foot limit. So we've just analyzed it against a 100-foot height limit.
How high will these buildings be?
They're going to be they're probably going to be near 50 feet on the outside, tall, so that they can have a 40-foot clear inside height, 42-foot high inside.
Great. I believe that is all my questions for you, Ms. Ebsworth.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna stop us there for today. Something I didn't mention when we were talking about timing and logistics and everything here a minute, right before the applicant started back in the presentation of its witnesses, was asking about the party's need or desire, at least, for getting the audio from today for use this evening. We got those to you yesterday. I presume that they were usable and all of that. Are the parties wanting that again still today?
That would be very helpful. I also just want to add, I think we have about 20 seconds of cross for Ms. Ebsworth, if you wanted to get that out of the way today, rather than having her come back tomorrow.
Well, if it's truly 20 seconds, let's go ahead and do it. But I will tell you that part of my timing considerations for both myself and my staff is whether that desire continues to stay about getting the audio and video the evening of, because it takes about 2 hours for conversion of the Zoom. I know we got just the audio from our self-contained digital recorders out to you sooner, but getting the Zoom out takes about 2 hours, about an hour and a half worth of conversion time. And this will be longer because we went a little bit longer today. And then it takes me close to 30-40 minutes to get that uploaded from being local on my hard drive with my laptop to the city server, so we can send you a link to that. If you're wanting that, we'll still try to do that today, but I mean, you got it as soon as it was ready yesterday, and that was, I think, about 2 hours after we were done. So I was sort of timing it more or less with how long it took to convert and then upload. So we will try to do that again today. If the cross is really going to be that short, why don't we go ahead and do that? Ms. Ebsworth, you are still under oath. You'd probably like to be finished today, so I guess let's go ahead and finish with it.
It is, and on the recording issue, appellants would be happy just with the audio if that's easier to get out.
So would the applicant.
It certainly is. Then was the audio that we sent out of first instance. We did check it. I checked it, and it did seem to be all right. As much as I hate listening to the sound of my own voice, I did check that. And I was first, so if you're okay with that, we'll just do that then with the audio. Is that all right? I would, I guess, ask if Mr. Victor is anticipating questions of this witness, because he has the right to cross.
I am not, Mr. Examiner. I will not have cross for this witness.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Tack Cooper. Then, Ms. Ebsworth, you're still under oath. Cross-examination questions then from the appellant's side.
Okay, I just want to confirm that I understood your testimony about the building plans that have been, the building permits that have been submitted. Were you testifying that the plans in those building permits are consistent with the architectural site plans that we reviewed?
Yeah.
Okay, and with respect to the tenant specific review of any tenant improvements, you're not claiming that there will be an additional SEPA review of the entire project's environmental impacts once tenants apply to improve the buildings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's not going to happen, right?
If they are within the bounds of what we've described and got permitted, then no.
Okay, that's all I have.
Easy enough. So thank you for your testimony today, Ms. Ebsworth. And that will conclude things for today. I will just ask quickly before we go off the record if there are any procedural matters or questions that the parties have that need to be addressed today before we do conclude. Anything from the appellant?
Only that we can try to make most efficient use of our time tomorrow if we know what roughly the witness order. So if we could find that out. That
Do you have that for us, Mr. Carpen?
Yes, we're expecting to begin with water witnesses, so it would be our remaining 3 witnesses, Ben Eldridge, Ben Wright, and Tom Moran, likely in that order.
Okay. Does that help, Ms. Tech Cooper?
It does.
It's useful to me too, so thank you.
I believe Ms. Kaler may want to weigh in. I believe the plan after that is to move to our traffic engineer, Mr. Schramm.
That is correct. So after that, we would have Mr. Schramm, and then our air quality witness, our noise witness, and our witness on health.
All right. Thank you for that. Anything from the applicant side then, after answering that question for the appellant?
I think the only reason we might modify that is as we're discussing availability for next week. I am assuming we are going to get through all of our testimony this week. I will just want to take into account if anybody is not available next week, we may just want to bump them up a little bit. And I know Mr. Victor had a witness we might want to take out of order, so that might jiggle things around a little bit as well.
Right, Ms. Kluge. So,
and I was going to add, Mr. Examiner, I've just asked the applicant, so she's a water witness, and I would ask the applicants to consider perhaps we finish the city's water witnesses after your water witnesses tomorrow. So just to consider, our water quality, our biologists, and our this is why we shouldn't go till 6. Our stormwater witness might make sense, and you could consider that, and we could talk about it at 8:30 after your water witnesses. So.
And Ms. Taylor, may I ask, Dan Belmody, I think was on your list. Are you still planning on calling him?
We are not.
all right. Anything from the city then?
Nothing further, Mr. Examiner.
Well, thank you again for another successful day of presentation here. My thanks also again for day 2 to the observers. We fluctuated, I think, between our low of 50 right now and somewhere up in the 70s, so not quite as high as yesterday. I don't think any of our media folks returned today after they got their sound bites from yesterday, but still a lot of people, and we've had very few distractions and things. So thank you all for being here and observing and following the rules, staying muted with the cameras off. That'll be the same for tomorrow. Certainly welcome back for tomorrow. The rules are the same tomorrow, and let's keep our streak going of good participation with minimal distractions. So I'll wish you all a good evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 8:30. Observers, if you have people that are not here now who are wanting to come right at the start of things tomorrow, let them know, if you know them, that it's 8:30, and we'll see you then. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.